Side 17, Off Armageddon Reef, by David Weber, continuing on page 490.
"He did that well."
Merlin turned to look at Falcon as the Marine shouted in his ear. They could see one another's faces clearly in the glow of the skylight, and Merlin raised one eyebrow. "Who did what well?" he asked.
"Caleb,"
Falcon replied with a grin. He wiped water from his face and shook his head.
"Those men will never guess you gave him the course correction."
"I don't know what you're talking about," Merlin replied as innocently as anyone could under the current conditions of wind and sea.
"Oh, of course not, Sage-in Merlin,"
Falcon agreed with an even broader grin, and Merlin laughed. Then he sobered.
"You're right. He did do it well," he shouted back. "And that's more important than ever."
"Agreed," Falcon nodded vigorously. Then he glanced at the prince, and his smile was deeply approving.
"He's growing up, isn't he?"
he said to Merlin.
"That he is,"
Merlin agreed.
"that he is."
Falcon was right, he reflected, and in more ways than one. Caleb had already demonstrated his own tactical and strategic insight, and also his willingness to back his own evaluation of a situation. He wasn't deferring to Merlin's suggestions, not unless he happened to agree with them, at least. He was using Merlin's abilities, then making his own decisions. And the young man was showing an impressive attention to detail as well. He'd deliberately sailed further east than he had to before turning back towards Armageddon Reef. He'd added at least 2 more hours to the total transit time, and Captain Manther had used that time to get the galley fires relit and feed every man as much hot soup, stew thick with rice and vegetables, as he could eat. It was impossible to estimate how much that hot food was going to mean to men who'd already had an exhausting day and faced an even more exhausting night. But Manther had also managed to give each man at least 2 hours in his hammock as well. Dreadnought's seamen and Marines would be going back into combat as well-fed and rested as they could possibly be, and the captain had even managed to rig canvas scoops to gather rainwater to replenish their water tanks, then ordered the cooks to prepare gallons of hot tea before they doused the galley fires once more. The men aboard Dreadnought recognized all of that, and word had gotten around that the prince had deliberately given them the time for it. That was the sort of consideration and preparation they weren't going to forget. Those of them who survived the night, at least. 7. Crag Reach, Armageddon Reef. "Thank Langhorn we're not out in that," Lieutenant Roger Bladen observed, listening to the storm. It was blacker than the inside of a boot, but the regular savage pounding of the heavy surf on the far side of Crag Hook and Opal Island could be heard even through the wind and rain. Of course, the wind, like the waves, was far weaker here inside the sheltered waters of Crag Reach. Not that those waters were precisely what Bladen would have called calm. The anchorage was deep, with its walls rising sheer-sided out of the water, especially on its eastern side, where deep water ran to the very foot of the 100-foot cliff which formed Crag Hook's western face. On the western side the shore was less vertical, and the water shoaled much more sharply. There were actually some smallish rocky beaches in pockets scalloped out of the feet of the steep hills on that side. But the shallower water was also rougher, and most of the fleet's captains had opted to anchor further out, in deeper water, which gave them more safety room if their ship should happen to drag their anchors. Bladen's ship, the Royal Bédard, had been one of the last galleys to reach safety. Visibility had been worse than bad by the time she arrived, and she'd collided with her consort, Royal Champion, on their way into the Reach, losing one of her bow anchors in the process. Given her late arrival and the gathering darkness, she'd been forced to find the best spot to anchor she could, effectively on her own, and her captain had felt his cautious way as far into the Reach as he dared, then dropped his remaining bow anchor. As a result, she was one of the southernmost of the huddled fleet's ships, and also one of the furthest east, separated from Paladin, the next nearest galley, by about 120 yards. She was well into the lee of Crag Hook, but more exposed than many of the other ships, and even now she seemed to jerk nervously, as if frightened by the fury of the weather outside the anchorage, as she snubbed and rolled to her single anchor.
"I didn't realize you were so devout, Roger,"
Neville Meredith said in response to his remark. He and Bladen stood sheltering from the wind and rain in the lee of the forecastle, at the foot of the starboard forecastle ladder. Meredith was Royal Baydar's first lieutenant, while Bladen, who'd just completed a personal check of the anchor watch, was the galley's second lieutenant. The first lieutenant was due to relieve him as officer of the watch in another 10 minutes or so, after which Bladen would finally be able to stumble below, find something to eat, and get at least a few hours of desperately needed sleep. "After a day like today," Bladen grimaced at his superior, "every damned man aboard is a hell of a lot more devout tonight than he was this morning." "Summed up like Grand Vicar Eric himself," Meredith said sardonically. "Well, would you rather be out there or safe and sound in here?" Bladen demanded, waving one arm in the general direction of the seething white surf invisible through the thick, rainy night. "That wasn't exactly my point," Meredith replied. "My point was—" He never completed the sentence. The three-man anchor watch saw it first. They weren't stationed in Royal Baydar's bows as lookouts. They were there solely to keep an eye on the anchor cable, to be sure the galley wasn't dragging, and that the cable wasn't chafing, a point which had assumed more than usual importance, given that it was now the only anchor she had. There was a lookout stationed in the galley's crow's nest, but not because anyone, including him, really thought there'd be anything for him to spot. He was there solely because Earl Thirsk had ordered every ship to post lookouts, and the unfortunate seaman in Royal Baydar's crow's nest deeply resented the orders that put him up on that cold, vibrating, rain and wind-swept perch for absolutely no good reason. He was as wet, chilled to the bone, miserable and exhausted as anyone else, and his body's need for rest was an anguished craving. He huddled in the crow's nest, his oilskin draped to protect him as much as possible, and concentrated upon simply enduring until he was relieved and could finally collapse into his own hammock. In fairness, even if he'd been fresh and alert, it was unlikely, given the visibility conditions, that he would have seen anything, despite the low range, more than a handful of seconds before the anchor watch did. But that was because HMS Dreadnought had extinguished all of her lanterns and running lights except for a single shaded poop lantern whose light was directed dead astern. Unfortunately for Royal Baydar, she, like every other vessel anchored with her and unlike Caleb's flagship, was illuminated by anchor lights, poop lanterns, and lanterns at entry ports. More lights burned below deck, spilling illumination out of stern and quarter windows, out of oar ports, deck hatches, and opened scuttles. Despite the darkness and the rain, she wasn't at all hard to see. One of the anchor watch straightened up suddenly, peering into the night as a shadow seemed to intrude between him and Paladin's stern windows, almost due north of his own ship. "What's that?" he demanded of his fellows. "What's what?" one of them retorted irritably. He was no fonder of the weather, or any more rested than any of them, and his temper was short. "That," the first man said sharply, as the vague shadow became suddenly much clearer. "It looks like—" Captain Gwillem Manther stood very still by the quarterdeck bulwark. Not a voice spoke as Dreadnought's entire crew waited, poised statue still at its action stations. The captain was aware of the Crown Prince, his Marine Guards, and Lieutenant Athrawis standing behind him, but every ounce of his attention was focused on the lanterns, windows, and scuttles gleaming through the rain. Even now, Manther could scarcely believe Prince Caleb had brought them unerringly into Crag Reach with the flood tide behind them. The combination of tide, current, and wind had created a wicked turbulence, but the channel between Crag Hook and Opal Island was as broad as their charts had indicated. It was a good thing it was, too. The sudden blanketing effect of Crag Hook's towering height had robbed Dreadnought's sails of power for several minutes before the inrushing tide and her momentum carried her out of its wind shadow. In more cramped waters that might well have proved fatal, but Caleb had put them in what was, as nearly as Manther could tell, the exact center of the deep water channel, and now they were about to reap the rewards of the Crown Prince's daring. The captain discovered he was holding his breath, and snorted. Did he expect the enemy to hear him breathing, despite the tumult of the storm outside the Reach? He grimaced in wry self-amusement, but the thought was only surface deep as his ship crept between the galley so far to the south of the main enemy fleet and the next closest one, 100 or so yards north of her. The gleam of the southern ship's anchor light stood out sharply at her bow, marking her out for his port gunners. Her consort to the north was even more visible, for her stern windows glowed like a brilliant beacon for Manther's starboard gunners. Another few seconds, he thought, raising his right arm slowly, aware of the gun captains crouching behind their weapons in both broadsides. Another few. Fire! His right arm went downward, and the darkness came apart in the thunderbolt fury of a double broadside. It looks like— The alert seaman never had the chance to finish his observation. A 38-pound round shot came howling out of the sudden gush of smoky flame directly ahead of Royal Bédard and struck him just above the waist. His legs and hips stood upright for an instant, thick blood splashing through the rain. Then they thumped to the deck as the screams began. "Port your helm!" Manther barked as the smoke-streaming guns recoiled and their crews hurled themselves upon them with swabs and rammers. "Bring her 2 points to starboard!" "Aye, aye, 2 points to starboard it is, Captain." "Stand by the stern anchor!" Lieutenant Bladen recoiled in horror as a screaming round-shot ripped into the bows, punched through the break of the forecastle in a cyclone of lethal splinters, and struck Lieutenant Meredith like a demon. The first lieutenant literally flew apart, drenching Bladen in an explosion of hot, steaming blood, so shocking he scarcely even felt the sudden flare of agony in the calf of his own right leg. Dreadnought's guns had been double-shotted. The gun crews had prepared with exquisite care, taking the time to be certain everything was done right. Each gun had been loaded with not 1 round shot, but 2, with a charge of grape on top for good measure. It decreased accuracy and put a potentially dangerous strain on the gun tubes, but the range was short. Every one of her guns was new, cast to withstand exactly this sort of pressure, and the consequences for their target were devastating. The range was little more than 40 yards, and Dreadnought's gunners might as well have been at target practice. It wasn't physically impossible for them to miss, but it would have been very, very difficult. 27 guns hammered their hate into Royal Bédard with absolutely no warning, no time for the galley to prepare. Her own guns were secured. Her off-duty crew were in their hammocks. Her captain was asleep in his cabin. Her marines were neither armed nor armored. That dreadful avalanche of cast-iron shot came howling out of the heart of the storm like an outrider of hell, almost directly down the center line of the ship, and the carnage it inflicted was unspeakable. Paladin, 30 yards farther away, might have expected to fare better at the greater range, but her lighted stern windows offered an even better target, and far less protection than Royal Bédard's stoutly planked bows. The devastating broadside ripped into her, rending and killing, and the shrieks of the maimed and dying followed on its heels. Louis Gardanner, the Earl of Thirsk, stirred in his sleep at the sudden rumble. He grimaced, not quite waking, his sleeping mind identifying the sound of thunder which might have accompanied any storm, far less one as strong as the one pounding at Armageddon Reef this night. But then it came again, and again. His eyes popped open, and it came again. Dreadnought answered to her helm. She swung to starboard under topsails and headsails alone, streaming smoke from both broadsides as she turned away from Royal Bédard and deeper into the main anchorage. Her long bowsprit thrust into the Dolaran formation like a lance, and her starboard battery roared again as she swept around Paladin's port quarter. She pushed between her target and Archangel Schuyler, lying almost directly west of her. The two of them, like every other ship in the Dolaran force, had been carefully anchored far enough apart to allow them to swing to their anchors without risk of collision, and that left ample room for Dreadnought to slide between them. Captain Manther stood behind his helmsman, one hand resting on each seaman's shoulder, almost crooning his orders into their ears. He conned his ship with exquisite care, and smoke and thunder jetted from either broadside, blasting into the anchored ships whose crewmen were only just beginning to rouse from exhausted slumber. Behind her, HMS Destroyer followed her as she threaded her way deeper and deeper into the mass of anchored galleys, and behind Destroyer came Danger, and Defense, and Dragon. "All hands stand by to anchor," Manther shouted. "Stand by to reduce sail," Lieutenant Sodler barked through his speaking trumpet, while Midshipman Corby crouched beside the anchor party in the stern. "Let go the stern anchor," Manther commanded, and Corby echoed the order. The anchor disappeared into the whitecaps, and the cable led aft down the center of her berth deck, smoked as it burned across the sill of one of her after gun ports. "Clew down!" Sadler shouted. The officers in charge of each mast repeated the order, and the seamen at the pinrails eased the halyards, lowering the topsails yards into their lifts and spilling their wind. Other seamen tended the buntlines and leech lines as the yard came down, and Sadler watched closely. "Round in the lee brace! Clew up the topsails!" The canvas disappeared as the hands on the clewlines hauled it up to the yards and belayed. More men on the foredeck took in the jibs while the anchor hawser ran out, and the ship came to a stop as the flukes of her anchor dug into the bottom of Crag Reach. "Clamp on the spring," Manther ordered, and Corby's seamen made the already prepared bitter end of the spring cable fast to the anchor hawser just outside the gun port. "Hands to the after capstan," the captain shouted, and the seamen previously detailed went running to the capstan to take tension on the spring. Earl Thirsk stumbled out of his cabin into the rain, barefoot, wearing nothing but his breeches, as still more cannon began to thunder. He hurled himself up the ladder to the top of the aftercastle, ignoring the icy water sluicing over his naked torso as he stared in horrified disbelief at the savage flashes lighting up the rain. It was a sight such as no Safeholdian had ever seen before. The Cheresian cannon rumbled and roared, the muzzle flashes impossibly long and brilliant in the darkness. Smoke gouted, fuming up in sulphurous clouds reeking of Shanway's own brimstone. Each muzzle flash etched every plunging raindrop against the night like rubies or diamonds of blood, and the banks of smoke towered up, lit from below like the fumes above erupting volcanoes. And there was nothing at all the Earl of Thirsk could do about it. Royal Badar lurched as yet another galleon, the 6th Lieutenant Bladen's cringing mind thought, swept slowly past her bow, cannon thundering. The lieutenant stood at the top of the port forecastle ladder. The starboard ladder was a shattered ruin like the mast whose broken stump stood 10 feet off the deck, clinging to the forecastle rail for support, and the calf of his right leg had been laid open by a splinter as if by a sword. He felt hot blood sheeting down his leg, but ignored it as he ignored the rain while he shouted encouragement to the seamen trying to get 2 of the galley's bow chasers loaded despite the round shot howling around their ears. But then he smelled the smoke. Not powder smoke rolling on the rain-slashed wind from the enemy guns, but a far more terrifying smoke, the smoke of burning wood. His head snapped around and he blanched in fresh horror. The severed mast had fallen across the decks at an angle, draping the broken yard and its burden of sodden canvas across the midships hatch. But now smoke billowed up out of the half-blocked hatch, funneling through the fallen rigging and wreckage, thickening into a dense, flame-lit pillar as it streamed up around the yard and mast. He didn't know what had happened. Most likely one of those lighted lanterns below decks had been shattered, spilling flaming oil across the decks. Or it could have been an accident by one of the powder monkeys trying to carry ammunition to the guns. It might even have been a flaming wad hurled out of one of the Cheresian cannon. But it didn't really matter how it had started. Wooden ship's worst enemy wasn't the sea, it was fire, built of seasoned timbers painted inside and out, caulked with pitch, rigged with tarred cordage. They were tinder boxes awaiting a spark, even in this sort of weather. And Royal Badar's spark had been supplied. Under other circumstances, the fire might have been fought, might have been contained and extinguished, but not under these circumstances, not while round shot continued to crash through the ship's hull, mangling and disemboweling terrified crewmen whose exhausted brains were still clawing their way out of sleep and into nightmare. "Abandon ship! Abandon ship!" Bladen didn't know who'd shouted it first, but there was no fighting the panic it induced. For that matter, there was no point fighting it, and he dragged himself the rest of the way up the ladder and across to the port bulwark. He peered down over it, and his jaw clenched. The galley's boats had been lowered when she anchored, and men were flinging themselves over the side, struggling through the water, trying to reach that at least temporary sanctuary. Bladen turned at the bulwark, one of the gun crews was still fighting to get its weapon loaded, and he limped back over to grab the closest man by the arm.
"Forget it," he shouted. "There's no time. Over the side, boys."
The rest of the gun crew stared at him for a moment, wild-eyed. Then they were gone, scrambling over the bulwark. Bladen watched them go, then turned to take one last look around the deck to be sure everyone was gone or going. Flames were beginning to spurt out of the hatchway. He could feel their heat on his face from here, even through the rain, and he tried to close his ears to the agonized shrieks of men trapped below in that blazing inferno. There was nothing more he could do, and he turned to follow the gun crew, just as a single round shot from a final thundering broadside struck him squarely in the chest. 14 minutes later, the flames reached his ship's magazine. At least 3 of the anchored galleys were on fire now, illuminating the anchorage brightly despite the rain. Merlin stood beside Caleb on Dreadnought's quarterdeck as the galleon's guns continued to rave at their targets, and the wild vista of destruction all about him dwarfed anything Nimue Alban, who'd warred with the power of nuclear fusion itself, had ever seen with her own eyes. The ship was no longer moving. She was motionless, not as stable as a shoreside fortress in these white-capped waters, perhaps, but close enough to it for gunners accustomed to the rolling, pitching motion of a ship at sea. Scoring hits on equally anchored targets was child's play for them under these conditions, and their rate of fire was far higher than it would have been from a moving ship's deck. They loaded and fired like automatons, reducing their targets to shattered, broken wrecks. Steam curled from the hot gun tubes between shots, hissing up like tendrils of fog to be whipped away by the wind. The reek of powder smoke, blazing wood, burning tar, and cordage raced across the waves in spray-washed banners of smoke, twisted and broken above the whitecaps, starkly silhouetted against the flash of guns and flaming ships. One of the blazing galleys drifted free as her anchor cable burned through. The wind sent her slowly in Dreadnought's direction, not directly towards her, but close enough, wreathed in the fiery corona of her own destruction. Captain Manther saw her, and his orders sent the capstan around, tightening the spring until the galleon's starboard broadside bore on the fiery wreck. He stood ready to cut his own cable and make sail if necessary, but 3 quick, thunderous broadsides were enough to finish the already sinking galley. She settled on her side in a huge, hissing cloud of steam as water quenched flame, 150 yards clear of his ship, and another snarling cheer of victory went up from his gunners. Royal Baydar exploded. The deafening eruption when the flames reached her magazine dwarfed every other sound, even the brazen voices of the Cheresian guns. The tremendous flash seemed to momentarily burn away the spray and rain. It illuminated the bellies of the overhead clouds, flashed back from the vertical western face of Crag Hook, and hurled flaming fragments high into the windy night, like homesick meteors returning to the heavens. The fiery debris arced upward, then crashed back, hissing into extinction as it hit the water, or smashing down on the decks of nearby galleys and galleons alike in cascades of sparks. Crewmen raced to heave the burning wreckage over the side, and here and there small fires were set, but the pounding rain and wind-blown spray had so thoroughly soaked the topsides of both sides' vessels that no ship was seriously threatened. Yet the furious action paused, as if the galley's spectacular, terrifying disintegration had awed both sides into a temporary state of shock. The pause lasted for 2 or 3 minutes, and then it vanished into renewed bedlam as Caleb's gunners opened fire once more. Earl Thirsk stared helplessly at the hellish panorama. He had no idea how long he'd stood on Gorath Bay's aftercastle. It seemed like an eternity, although it couldn't really have been much longer than 2 hours, possibly a bit more. Someone had draped a cloak over his shoulders. He had no idea who, and he huddled inside it, holding it about him, while he gazed upon the final ruin of his command. The Cheresians had split into at least 2 columns, or perhaps 3. They were deep inside his anchored formation. firing mercilessly, and everywhere he looked the rain was like sheets of bloody glass, lit by the glare of burning galleys and flashing artillery. He'd underestimated his enemy. He'd never dreamed Caleb would have the insane audacity to lead an entire fleet of galleons into Crag Reach at night through the fury of a near gale. He still couldn't believe it, even with the devastating evidence burning to the waterline before his very eyes. Royal Baydar was gone, taking her flames with her, but a half-dozen of his other ships blazed brightly, and even as he gazed out at the carnage, another kindled. He watched flames shooting up out of its holds, licking up its tarred shrouds, and silhouetted against the light he saw crowded boats pulling strongly away from the inferno. As far as he could tell, no Chiresian had even been firing at the blazing ship, and his teeth ached from the pressure of his jaw muscles as he realized the crew had deliberately fired their vessel and then abandoned ship rather than face the enemy. He turned away from the sight, only to see another of his as yet undamaged galleys getting under way, not to close with the enemy, but to row directly towards the western shore of the anchorage. Even as he watched, she drove herself bodily up onto the rocky beach, and her crew flowed over her sides, splashing into the shallow water, stumbling ashore, fleeing into the darkness. Part of him wanted to curse them for their cowardice, but he couldn't. What else could anyone have expected? Destruction was upon them all, appearing out of the night like the work of some demon, and were they not anchored in the waters of Armageddon Reef itself? That was the final straw, he thought. This very land was cursed. Every single one of his men knew the story of the monumental evil which had been birthed here so long ago, and the terrible destruction which had been visited upon it, and that was enough, added to the terror of the totally unexpected attack, the sudden explosion of violence, and their completely unprepared state. Another galley flamed up, fired by its own crew, and a second started moving towards the beach. And a third. And beyond that, silhouetted against the smoky glare of their burning sisters, he saw other galleys hauling down their flags, striking their colors in token of surrender. He stared at them for a moment longer, then turned away. He climbed down the after-castle ladder slowly, like an old man, opened his cabin door, and stepped through it. 8. HMS Dreadnought, Crag Reach, Armageddon Reef. Earl Thirsk is here, Your Highness, Arnold Falcon announced with unusual formality as he opened the door to HMS Dreadnought's flag cabin. Caleb turned from the vista of white-capped water beyond the stern windows to face the door as his senior marine bodyguard ushered the Doloran admiral through it. Your Highness, Thirsk said, bending his head. My lord, Caleb returned. The Doloran straightened, and Caleb studied his face thoughtfully. The older man was soaking wet from the rough passage in an open boat, and he looked worn and exhausted. But more than fatigue was stamped upon his features. His dark eyes Caleb suspected, which were normally confident, even arrogant, carried the shadows of defeat. Yet there was more to it even than that, and the Crown Prince decided Merlin had been right yet again when Caleb explained what he had in mind. Not even this man, confident and strong-minded though he was immune to the reputation and aura of Armageddon Reef, which was going to make this morning's conversation even more interesting. I've come to surrender my sword, Your Highness, Thirsk said heavily, as if each word cost him physical pain. He reached down with his left hand, gripping not the pommel, but the guard of the sword sheathed at his hip. He drew it from its scabbard, ignoring the eagle eye with which both Falcon and Merlin watched him, and extended it to Caleb, hilt first. No other man has ever taken my sword from me, Prince Caleb, the Doloran said as Caleb's fingers closed upon the hilt. It's the sort of a man who deserved a better cause to serve, Caleb replied quietly. He looked down at the weapon in his hand for a moment, then handed it to Falcon, who set it gently on Caleb's desk in turn. The Crown Prince watched Thirsk's face carefully for any reaction to his comment. He thought he saw the Doloran's lips tighten slightly, but he couldn't be positive. After a moment he gestured at one of the pair of chairs set ready on opposite sides of the dining table. "Please be seated, my lord," he invited. He waited until Thirsk had settled into the indicated chair before seating himself on the opposite side of the table, and Merlin, in his bodyguard's role, moved to stand behind him. A decanter of brandy sat on the linen tablecloth, and the prince personally poured a small measure into each of 2 glasses, then offered one to Thirsk. The Dolaran commander accepted the glass, waited for Caleb to pick up his own, and then sipped. He drank very little before he set the glass back on the table, and Caleb smiled wryly as he set his own beside it. "I've also come, as I'm sure your highness has deduced, to discover what surrender terms the remainder of my fleet may expect," Thirsk said in a flattened voice. Caleb nodded and sat back in his chair. 19 of Thirsk's galleys had been sunk or burned. Another 3 had been battered into shattered, foundering wrecks, which had barely managed to beach themselves before they went down. 11 more had struck their colors, and 8 had driven themselves ashore, undamaged, before their crews abandoned them. Yet a third of Thirsk's total warships remained, along with all his supply ships, and Caleb had paid a price of his own for that victory. HMS Dragon had found herself in the path of one of the burning galleys after the Dolaran ship's anchor cable burned through. The blazing wreck had drifted down upon the galleon, and though Dragon had cut her own cable and tried to evade, she'd failed. The 2 ships had met in a fiery embrace, and both had been consumed in a floating, roaring inferno which had eventually engulfed 2 more of Thirsk's anchored ships. Over 2/3 of Dragon's company, including her captain and all but 1 of her lieutenants, had been lost, killed when their ship's magazine exploded, or else drowned before they could be plucked from Crag Reach's waters. Despite that, Thirsk's remaining 21 warships were helpless. Caleb's surviving 12 galleons were anchored in a somewhat ragged line between them and any hope of escape. After what those galleons' guns had already done, none of those galleys' crews, or the admiral in command of them, had any illusions about what would happen if they tried to attack the Cheresians or break past them to the open sea. "My terms are very simple, my lord," the Crown Prince said finally. "I will expect the unconditional surrender of every ship in this anchorage." Thirsk flinched, not so much with surprise as in pain. "I might point out, your highness," he said after a moment, "that you don't begin to have sufficient men aboard your ships to take my own as prizes." "True," Caleb conceded, nodding equably. "On the other hand, I have no intention of taking them with me." "No?" Thirsk gazed at him for a moment, then cocked his head. "Should I assume, then, that you intend to parole them and my surviving men?" "You should not," Caleb said in a far, far colder voice. "Your king sent his navy to attack the kingdom of Charis in time of peace," he continued in that same icy voice, aware of Merlin standing at his back. "Charis did nothing to offend or harm him in any way. He made no demands upon us, nor did he declare his intent. Instead, like an assassin, he dispatched Duke Malachi and you, my lord, to join with the forces of one of our own allies to treacherously attack a land over 6,000 miles from his own." Surprise and perhaps a flare of anger at Caleb's biting tone flickered in Thirsk's eyes, and Caleb snorted. "We weren't as unsuspecting as you and your masters among the knights of the Temple Lands expected, my lord. Our agents in Taro knew all about your plan to attack us. How else do you think we could have known which waters to watch for your approach? And never doubt, Earl Thirsk, that Gorja of Taro will pay for his treachery as well. But what matters to us at this moment is that your king neither deserves nor can be trusted to honor any parole you or your men might give. And so I regret to say you won't be offered that option." "I trust," Thirsk said through tight lips, "that in that case you aren't so foolish as to believe my men won't attempt to take back their ships from whatever prize crews you may be able to put upon them, your highness." "There will be no prize crews," Caleb informed him. "Your ships will be burned." "Burned?" Thirsk gaped in shock. "But their crews, my men—" "Your men will be put ashore," Caleb said. "You'll be permitted to land supplies, materials from which shelters may be built, and provisions from your vessels, including your supply ships. You will not be permitted to land any weapons other than woodcutters' axes and saws. Once all of your men are ashore, all of your vessels, except a single unarmed supply ship, will be destroyed. That vessel will be permitted to sail wherever you wish to send it with dispatches for your king." "You can't be serious." Thirsk stared at him, his expression horrified. "You can't put that many men ashore and simply abandon them. Not here. Not on Armageddon Reef." "I'm entirely serious," Caleb replied mercilessly, holding the older man's eyes with his own and letting Thirsk see his angry determination. "You brought this war to us, my lord. Don't pretend for a moment that you were unaware of the plans the Knights of the Temple Lands had for my kingdom's total destruction, and what that would mean for my father's subjects. I can and will put you and your men ashore anywhere I choose, and I will leave them there. Your choice is to accept that, or else to return to your flagship and resume the engagement. If, however, you choose the latter course, no further surrenders will be accepted, and no quarter will be offered." Merlin stood behind Caleb's chair, his own face an expressionless mask. He heard the absolute unyielding steel in Caleb's voice and prayed that Thirsk heard it as well. The terms Caleb had offered were the Crown Prince's, and no one else's. Merlin had been only slightly surprised by what Caleb had decided to do with Thirsk's surrendered personnel, but he'd felt an inner chill when Caleb explained what he intended to do if Thirsk rejected those terms. Now Thirsk gazed at Caleb Armak's unyielding face and recognized the youthful prince's total willingness to do precisely what he'd just said he would. Caleb might not like it, but he would do it. "Your Highness," the Earl grated, after a long tense moment of singing silence, "no commander in history has ever made a threat such as that against enemies who have offered honorable surrender." "No?" Caleb looked back at him, then showed his teeth in a smile his dynasty's Kraken emblem might have envied, and spoke with cold, deadly precision. "Perhaps not, my lord. Then again, what other commander in history has discovered that no less than 5 other kingdoms and princedoms have leagued together to destroy his own, when his king's done no harm to any of them? What other commander has known his enemies intend to burn his cities, rape and pillage his people, for no better reason than that someone's offered to hire them like the common footpads they are? I told you our agents in Taro know what your paymasters had in mind, and honorable and generous terms of surrender are for honorable foes, my lord. They are not for hired stranglers, murderers, and rapists." Thirsk flinched, his face white and twisted, as Caleb's savage words and vicious contempt bit home. But his eyes flickered as well, flickered with the knowledge that those words, however savage, however contemptuous, were also true. Caleb let the silence linger for a full minute, then looked Thirsk squarely in the eye. "So, now you know the conditions under which your vessels and their crews will be permitted to surrender, my lord. Do you wish to accept them, or not?" Merlin stood with Caleb on Dreadnought's sternwalk, watching as Thirsk's launch rode away through the still rough waters of Crag Reach. "You were a bit harsh with him," the man who had once been Nimue Alban observed. "Yes," Caleb conceded. "I wasn't I?" He turned to face Merlin squarely. "Do you think I was harsher than he deserved?" he asked. It was a serious question, Merlin realized, and he considered it seriously before he responded. "Actually, I do think you may have been harsher than he deserved," he said after a moment. "Which isn't to say King Ronald didn't deserve everything you said, although you might want to think about the potential diplomatic consequences of flaying him quite as thoroughly as he deserves. After what we've done to him, and what he's tried to do to us, I don't really think it's very likely even Father or Regis could negotiate any sort of treaty with him, whatever I said or didn't say," Caleb said with a snort. "Even if Ronald had any desire to forgive and forget, which he won't have, Clinton and the rest of the group of 4 wouldn't let him. And unlike Cheris, Dolar is effectively right next door to the temple, so I might as well tell him what I really think of him." "I'm sure it was personally satisfying," Merlin said mildly, and Caleb barked a laugh.
Actually, it was extremely personally satisfying, he corrected. That wasn't why I did it, though.
Merlin quirked an eyebrow, and the Crown Prince shrugged. Thirst's going to report this conversation when he finally gets home, and when he does, Ronald's going to be absolutely livid. Well, that was going to happen anyway, no matter how diplomatic I might have been. But now 2 other things are going to happen as well. First, in the impetuousness of my youth and immature anger, I've let slip the penetration of our agents in Tarot. That should serve as an additional layer of protection for your visions, Merlin. But possibly even more importantly, Ronald, and hopefully the group of 4, are going to believe Gorgia was responsible for letting out the information that allowed us to intercept the Southern force. Either he deliberately fed it to us, or else he was criminally careless. And the fact that the only survivors of this entire debacle are all going to be Tarotesian galleys may help convince his friends he set the whole thing up intentionally. In either case, it's going to leave him just a tiny bit of a problem, don't you think? Caleb's evil smile made him look remarkably like his father in that moment, Merlin reflected. Second, the Crown Prince continued, what I said to Thirsk and what he's going to repeat to Ronald is going to get out. Don't think for a moment it won't. And when it does, it's going to affect the thinking of all Ronald's nobles. It's also going to get out to all the other rulers of Howard and Haven as well. And I suspect that's going to make it a bit more difficult for the group of 4 to arrange a repeat performance of this. They certainly won't be able to approach it as if it were no more than business as usual. And if their next batch of potential catspaws understand exactly how we're going to regard them and what can happen to their navies if they lose, it may make them just a bit less eager. Merlin nodded slowly. He wasn't at all certain he agreed with everything Caleb had just said, but the decisiveness it reflected was typical of what he was coming to expect out of the youthful heir to the throne. As far as the effect on Tarot and King Gorgia was concerned, he probably had an excellent point, Merlin reflected. It was the other side of it Merlin found worrisome. Yes, it might make it more difficult for the group of 4 to marshal the forces for their next attack, but the stark ruthlessness of Caleb's expressed attitude might also provoke a matching response from future opponents. Still, Merlin asked himself, how much worse could it get? Caleb's absolutely right about what the group of 4 wanted to happen to Cheris this time. Is it really likely their objectives are going to get less extreme after their tools got hammered this way the first time around? Well, he said aloud, at least Thirsk accepted instead of forcing your hand. Yes, Caleb nodded. And you were right this morning when you suggested offering him the option of putting his men ashore on Opal Island instead of the mainland. Personally, I don't think I'd find putting Cragreach between me and the demons he expects his people to be so worried about would be all that reassuring. But I'm just as glad they'll find it that way, if it makes them happier about accepting and means I don't have to kill them all after all. I'm glad to have been of service, Merlin said dryly. And now that he's accepted, what are your other plans? Well, Caleb said slowly, turning to look out across the water at the tree-covered slopes of Opal Island's 3,000-plus square miles. I'd really prefer to head back home immediately, but if Typhoon's as badly damaged as you say, she's going to need time for repairs. We've got damage to other ships as well, and all of us used a lot of powder and shot. We need to get Traveler and Summer Moon in here and replenish our ammunition, and I'm thinking that before we burn Thirst's galleys, we'll strip them of anything we can use as well, especially spare spars, lumber, cordage, and canvas, that sort of thing, then stay here long enough to complete at least our major repairs. Is that wise? Merlin asked in a deliberately neutral tone. I'll discuss it with Dominic, get his suggestions and advice, of course, Caleb said, but I don't think we have a lot of choice. We can't leave just 1 or 2 ships here to repair by themselves. Not when Thirst's going to have several thousand men right here on Opal Island to try something with. So either we burn our worst damaged ships right along with the galleys, which, much though I don't want to, may turn out to be our best choice, or else we all stay here long enough to repair them and take them with us when we leave. The Crown Prince shrugged unhappily. I'm not delighted with either option, Merlin, but whatever we do, we're still the better part of a month's hard sail away from Cheris. Taking another 5 day or two to make repairs isn't going to add very much to how long it takes us to get home. And for that matter, Hector and Narman won't be expecting Malachi for almost another month anyway. Your own visions say they're still waiting under the original timetable, and they aren't going to be that surprised if Malachi and his fleet are later even than that, not after traveling that far in Dolaran galleys. So unless Dominic comes up with some compelling argument which hasn't already occurred to me, I think it's more important for us to fully repair all of our surviving galleons than it is to try to get home a couple of 5 days earlier. March, Year of God, 892. 1. HMS Dreadnought, off Armageddon Reef. Merlin gazed across the hammock nettings as the southern tip of Opal Island passed slowly to port. The schooner Spy led the line of Cheresian ships, moving with saucy grace as her more ponderous consorts followed heavily in her wake. The summer sun shone brightly out of a blue sky polished by a handful of fair-weather cumulus clouds, while torrents of the gulls, puffins, and sea wyverns which nested in the cliffs of Crag Hook circled and dove. A gentle surf broke against Sand Islet off the port bow, and the lower line of cliffs leading the way to Bald Rock Head to starboard. Nothing, he thought, could have presented a greater contrast to their arrival in Crag Reach. "I can't say I'm sorry to be going," Caleb remarked from beside him, and Merlin turned his head to look at the prince. Caleb wore a tunic and trousers, not the armor and helmet he'd worn that violence-racked night, and he ran a hand over his bare head as he, too, looked across at Opal Island. "You do realize this is going to go down as one of the greatest naval battles in the history of the world, don't you?" Merlin said quizzically. "And rightly so, I suppose," Caleb shrugged. "On the other hand, I did have certain unfair advantages." He smiled, and Merlin smiled back. "I do feel sorry for Thirsk, though," Merlin said after a moment, his smile fading. "You were right when you said he deserved a better cause to serve." "He'd be more likely to find one of those if he'd find a better king," Caleb said tartly. "Trust me, that's something I know a little about." "Yes, you do." Merlin turned his eyes back to the island's forested slopes. Earl Thirsk and his survivors should be just fine until someone sent the necessary ships to take them home again. Opal had plenty of fresh water. They'd already erected sufficient shelter, especially for the summer, and landed enough provisions to carry them for at least 6 months, even if they were unable to add anything by hunting and fishing. And Caleb had relented just a bit and left a small store of captured matchlocks and arbalists on the beach when his ships weighed anchor this morning. "Of course, what's going to happen to Thirsk when he gets home may be something else entirely," Merlin thought grimly. "He's the senior Dolaran admiral who's coming home after the worst naval disaster in Dolar's history, and what I've seen of King Ronald suggests he's going to be looking for scapegoats more than explanations." He thought about it for a moment longer, then put the matter of Earl Thirsk's future away and leaned out across the hammock nettings to look back at the line of sails following along astern of Dreadnought. The last thick, dark pillars of smoke from over 50 blazing ships still trailed across the sky, following the galleon fleet out of its anchorage. The line of ships looked impressive and proud after 2 5 days of repairs, with the brooms lashed to the heads of their main-to-gallant masts. Caleb had laughed out loud when Merlin suggested that gesture and explained the symbolism behind it, but then he'd sobered as he realized how apt it was. His galleon certainly had swept the sea clean of their enemies. Merlin's lips twitched in a remembered smile of his own, but then it faded, for 3 sails were missing, and he felt a fresh stab of grief for the schooner Wyvern. He didn't know what had happened to her. She'd been there riding the fury of the gale in one Snark Pass. In the next, she'd simply been gone. He'd been able to locate no survivors of her 90-man crew, not even any wreckage. Then there was Dragon, lost so spectacularly in the final stage of the Crag Reach action, and HMS Lightning, one of the converted merchantmen from Sir Dominick Staynair's column, had taken more damage in the action off Rock Point than Merlin had first thought. She'd made it to the rendezvous in the lee of Samuel Island with the rest of Staynair's ships, but then she'd slowly foundered over the course of that long, stormy night. The good news was that they'd at least gotten almost all her people safely off before she finally went down. Typhoon's repairs had taken the full 5 days Caleb had predicted, but she had a brand-new mainmast, and the rest of the fleet had made good use of the time it had taken to replace the original. They'd replenished their water from Opal Island, their provisions from captured stores, and their magazines and shot lockers from Traveller and Summer Moon, and all of the other galleons had been able to repair their own battle damages while Captain Stewart worked on his. The survivors from Dragon and Lightning had been distributed throughout the rest of the fleet, making up the worst of their personnel losses as well, so at least all of the surviving galleons were combat ready. "I wish we could have gotten out of here sooner," Caleb muttered. The prince was talking to himself, but Merlin's hearing was rather more acute than most, and he gave Caleb another look. "You were the one who said we needed to make good our damages," he pointed out. "You had a point, and Dominic agreed with you. But you didn't," Caleb said, turning to face him fully, while the steady, gentle breeze ruffled his hair. "I didn't disagree either," Merlin responded and shrugged. "You were right when you pointed out that there wasn't a perfect decision. Somebody had to choose, and you happen to be the crown prince around here." "I know," Caleb sighed. For just a moment he looked twice his age, then he shook himself and produced a wry smile. "You know, usually being crown prince is a pretty good job, but there are times when it's really not so much fun." "So I've observed, but the important thing, I suppose, is that you need to remember you are the one who has to make the decisions, and you aren't usually going to have lots of time to sit around and ponder them. By and large, the people who are going to second-guess and criticize you after the fact are going to be doing it from someplace nice and safe, with all the advantages of hindsight and plenty of time to think about what you did wrong." "That's more or less what Father's said once or twice," Caleb said. "Well, he's right, and the good news, you know, is that when you do get it right, like the decision to go straight into Crag Reach, you also get all the credit for it." Merlin grinned. "Just think, now you're a certified military genius." "Yeah, sure," Caleb rolled his eyes. "And I can already hear Father cutting me back down to size when I get too full of myself over it, too." 2. Arrastor Bay, Princedom of Emerald. "What's so important you have to drag me out of bed in the middle of the night?" Duke Blackwater demanded irritably, tying the sash of a light robe as he glowered at Thomas Barman, Baron Whitecastle. The Baron rose from the chair in Khorasan's great cabin as the Duke stamped in from his sleeping cabin. Blackwater had been in bed for less than 3 hours after yet another contentious conference, or perhaps acrimonious debate might have been a better term, with his unwilling allies. He was not in a particularly good mood. "I apologize for disturbing you, Your Grace," Whitecastle said, bowing respectfully. "I think, however, that you'll agree this is something you need to know about now." "For your sake, I hope you're right," Blackwater growled and waved the Baron brusquely back into his chair. The Duke snapped his fingers, and his servant appeared as if by magic, carrying the brandy decanter and glasses on a silver tray. He poured 2 glasses, handed one to each nobleman, and then disappeared just as expeditiously. "All right," Blackwater said a bit less snappishly as he lowered his half-empty glass a moment later. "Tell me what's so important." "Of course, Your Grace." Whitecastle leaned forward in his chair, clasping his own unsampled glass in both hands. "As you know, of course, I've been stationed here as the Prince's ambassador to Emerald for over 4 years now. During that time, by and large, he's been very careful to keep me separate from Earl Corus' operations here in the princedom." He paused, and Blackwater grimaced, waving impatiently for him to continue, yet Whitecastle noticed that a spark of interest had begun to glow in the Duke's eyes. "That's just changed," he said in response to the Duke's gesture. "I was contacted this evening, less than 2 hours ago, in fact, by a man I'd never met before, but who had all of the correct code words to—" "Correct code words," Blackwater interrupted. "Yes, Your Grace." If Whitecastle was irritated by the interruption, he was careful not to show it. "When I was first sent to Emerald, my instructions included a sealed envelope to be opened only under certain specific conditions. That envelope contained a series of code words to be used by especially trusted agents of Earl Chorus." Blackwater was listening very intently now, leaning slightly forward while he rested one elbow on the table beside him. "This man, who correctly identified himself, was placed in Telesburg over 12 years ago, Your Grace. He was placed in complete isolation, totally separate from any other agents in Cheris. None of Earl Chorus' other agents knew him. He knew none of them. His job, his sole job, was to be a good, loyal Cheresian, hopefully employed in or near the royal dockyards, until and unless war broke out between the League of Coruscant and Cheris. Apparently Earl Chorus assumed that in the event of a war, he'd lose access to at least a portion of any spy web he'd established, and this man was part of his insurance policy." He paused again, and Blackwater nodded. "Continue, Baron," he said. "I assure you, you have my attention." "I rather thought I might, Your Grace." Whitecastle finally allowed himself a small smile. Then his expression sobered once more. "Apparently Wave Thunder and his people knew a great deal more than any of us had imagined about Earl Chorus' official spies in Cheris. And it would appear Wave Thunder and Harald also knew what was coming quite a bit earlier than we thought they did." "Why?" "Because, Your Grace, they very, very quietly arrested virtually all foreign spies in Telesburg and apparently everywhere else in the entire kingdom clear back in early October." "October?" "Yes, Your Grace. Obviously they must have realized at least part of what was coming much earlier than we've been assuming they did. And I think that probably accounts for the silence from Earl Chorus' other agents, which you've mentioned." "But they missed this man because not even Chorus' other agents knew about him," Blackwater said slowly. "That's certainly what appears to have happened, Your Grace." "But—" Blackwater's eyes sharpened. "I'm willing to guess he didn't come to you just to tell you all the rest of our spies had been arrested 3 months ago. So, Baron, what brought him to your door at this particular time?" "Actually, Your Grace, he's been trying to get to me for over 2 months now, but it hasn't been easy. The Cheresians have put an iron clamp on traffic through the Throat and around Lock Island, and they've got light units patrolling the Cheris Sea north of Rock Shoal Bay. He had to travel overland to avoid the Throat, then find a smuggler willing to run him across to Emerald. In fact, it took him 3 tries to get across, because the smuggler in question turned back twice after sighting a Cheresian schooner. But you're quite correct that he didn't come on a whim. In fact, he came to tell us the entire Cheresian galleon force left Cheris under Crown Prince Caleb's personal command in October." "What?" Blackwater blinked in surprise, then half glared at the ambassador. "That's ridiculous. Our scouts have seen their topsails behind Harald's galleys." "Not according to this man, Your Grace," Whitecastle said diffidently. "He's been a ship's chandler, supplying ships in the royal dockyard in Telesburg for over 5 years, and according to what he's picked up from friends he's cultivated in their navy, 30 of the galleons the Cheresians have been working so hard to arm sailed from Lock Island 5 days before you reached Eraster Bay. And," the Baron said, "also according to what he's learned, the Cheresians still haven't activated their reserve galleys. Not only that, but King Harald's chartered 2 or 3 dozen merchant galleons for unspecified purposes. While he wasn't able to absolutely confirm that, he did observe himself that at least a dozen merchant ships which had been idled by the war have left Telesburg flying the royal banner. No one seems to know exactly where they are." Blackwater's jaw clenched. Was it truly possible? "You say he says they sailed in October.
He doesn't have any idea where?
None, Whitecastle admitted.
Well, they wouldn't have sailed without some destination in mind, Blackwater said slowly, thinking aloud. I wonder... He glowered at the floor, rubbing his chin, then shook his head and looked back up at Whitecastle. We've all been assuming Harald didn't know what was coming until shortly before we sailed. But if he got those galleons to sea that early, he must have known something, and he probably knew it almost as soon as we did. But he couldn't have found out about it from spies in Khorasan. There wasn't time for anyone to get a message to him all the way from Manchur that quickly. And he couldn't have found out about it that early from spies in Emerald, because Narman didn't know that soon, thanks to those lost dispatches, which means he could only have found out from Taro. The ambassador frowned for a moment, obviously considering Blackwater's analysis, then nodded. I think you're right, Your Grace. But how much did anyone in Taro know? I can't answer that, Blackwater admitted. Obviously, Gorja had to know at least the bare bones of what we were going to be doing, because he had to coordinate what he was supposed to do with it. But I don't have any idea how fully informed he may have been about our plans, and, his mouth tightened, it doesn't really matter. Not if the galleons sailed that long ago and Harald's been using the sails of chartered merchant ships to fool our scouts, and me, into thinking they're still with him. Your Grace? Whitecastle looked confused, and Blackwater laughed harshly. He sent his galleons off somewhere his galleys didn't have the sea-keeping ability to go, my lord, he said. And if he learned what was happening from agents in Taro, I can only think of one thing that would have taken them away so soon and prevented them from returning by now. The Duke shook his head, his expression bemused, almost awed. He's decided to risk an all-or-nothing throw of the dice, he said. He's sent his galleons and his son off to intercept the Tarotesians and the Dolarans. He doesn't have them here, not protecting Rock Shoal Bay. They're off somewhere with Caleb in the Sea of Justice, or the Parker Sea, depending on how good his spy's information really was, hoping to find Duke Malachi and stop him from ever getting here. That's Whitecastle began, then stopped. He cleared his throat. I mean, that strikes me as a very risky thing for him to have done, Your Grace. It's an insane thing for him to have done, Blackwater said flatly. At the same time, it's the only possible answer for where his galleons have really been all this time, and... His voice trailed off again, and his expression darkened. Your Grace? Whitecastle said quietly after several moments. It's just occurred to me that there could be one way for him to pull it all together with a fair degree of confidence. Blackwater's lips twitched in something that was much more snarl than smile. If his spies in Taro were good enough, or if someone highly enough placed were deliberately feeding him information, he could have learned from the Tarotesians where they were supposed to find the Dolarans. Your Grace, are you suggesting Gorja himself might have delivered the information to Cheris? Whitecastle asked in a very careful tone. I don't know, Blackwater shrugged. At first glance, I can't see any reason for him to have done it. Certainly not to have risked angering Vicar Zomson or the Grand Inquisitor, but that doesn't mean someone else highly placed in his court couldn't have done it. The Duke glowered at the deck again for several more seconds, then gave his entire body a shake. We may never know the answer to your question, my lord. But if your man's report is accurate, what matters is that at this moment there are only 80 galleys or so between us and control of Rock Shoal Bay. And if we can defeat those galleys and take control of Rock Shoal Bay, we can both hold it against his galleons if and when they finally return, and bring in troops to besiege the Keys from the land side. Those numbers assume their reserve fleet truly hasn't been activated, Your Grace, Whitecastle pointed out, and the Duke snorted. If I'm prepared to believe this spy of yours really knows his business and risk trusting what he said about the galleons, I may as well believe him about the galleys as well, Blackwater shrugged. And, to be honest, we've seen no sign of the Cheresian reserve galleys.
I've been assuming all along that the manning requirements of their galleons prevented them from manning the galleys as well. So I'm strongly inclined to believe he is right about that."
"And what do you intend to do about it, if I may ask, Your Grace?" Whitecastle asked. The Duke quirked an eyebrow at him, and it was the Baron's turn to shrug. "I am Prince Hector's ambassador, Your Grace. If whatever you decide to do requires Prince Narmon's support, then I may be in a position to help nudge him into doing what you want."
"True enough," Blackwater conceded. "As for what I intend, though, that's going to depend on what I can talk my gallant allies into." 3. HMS Dreadnought, The Cauldron. Crown Prince Caleb sat up in the box-like cot suspended from the low beams of his sleeping cabin's deckhead as someone rapped sharply on the cabin door. "What?" he said, rubbing his eyes before he glanced out the opened stern windows into the warm, clear night. The moon hadn't even risen yet, which meant he'd been in bed only an hour or so.
"I'm sorry to wake you, Caleb," a deep voice said, "but we need to talk."
"Merlin?"
Caleb swung his legs over the side of the cot and stood. There was a note in Merlin's voice he'd never heard before, and he crossed the cabin in 2 strides and yanked the door open. "What is it? What's happened?"
"May I come in?"
"What?" Caleb gave himself a shake, then grinned crookedly as he realized he'd opened the door without bothering to dress. In fact, he was stark naked, the way he habitually slept on such warm nights, and he stepped back with a chuckle despite the tension in Merlin's voice.
"Of course you can come in," he said.
"Thank you." Merlin stepped past Sergeant Faircaster, the sentry outside Caleb's door, bending his head to clear the deck beams, and closed the door quietly behind him. "What is it?" Caleb asked, turning away to pick up the tunic he'd discarded when he turned in and drag it over his head. "I've just had a vision," Merlin said, and Caleb turned back quickly at his tone, waving sharply at a chair. "What sort of vision?" "A vision of Duke Blackwater in Oyster Bay," Merlin said, his voice almost flat as he settled into the indicated chair. "It seems Benjamin and I missed at least one of Hector's spies, and he's just reported to Blackwater that—" "So that's about the size of it," Merlin finished grimly several minutes later. Caleb sat on the edge of his cot, his face almost totally expressionless, as he concentrated on what Merlin had just told him. "What do you think he's going to do?" the prince asked now, and Merlin shook his head. "I think he was right when he told Whitecastle that depends on what he can convince his allies to do, Caleb. All I can tell you right now is that Khorasan's finally managed to get practically its entire reserve sent forward. Emerald has about 60 of its galleys into full commission, too, and despite everything Charlayan, Sanders, and Sharpfield have been able to do, they've been forced to send another 20 of their galleys forward to Oyster as well. Even with the losses Brian and your father inflicted on them, that brings them up to 180 to your father's 80. Well, 76, given the 4 he lost on the Reef off Crown Point last 5-day. "Better than 2-1, Caleb muttered. "And," Merlin added, "given that Blackwater knows or strongly suspects that we're somewhere else, he's almost certainly going to be tempted to try to strike before we can get back, if he can talk his allies into it." 15 days, if the wind holds steady, Caleb gritted. 3 5-days. He slammed his right fist into his left palm suddenly. "Damn! I should have started home without making repairs." "Remember what I said about hindsight?" Merlin told him. The youthful crown prince glared at him, and he gave a small shrug. "You made a decision. You didn't know this was going to happen. Right now, you need to concentrate on what we do next, not on what we've already done." "What I've already done, you mean?" Caleb said bitterly. Then he threw back his shoulders and inhaled deeply. "But whoever did it, you're right. The problem is there doesn't seem to be a lot we can do." Merlin tried to think of something to say, but there wasn't much he could. The surviving galleons were already making their best speed, driving hard as they close-reached across the cauldron on a steady wind out of the east-northeast at almost 10 knots. They might be able to squeeze a little more speed out of some of the ships, but the merchant conversions had the typical high-capacity hulls of their merchant ancestry. They tended to be shorter and tubbier than naval galleons, especially Oliver's designs, like Dreadnought. They were already carrying virtually all the canvas they had, just to stay with their special-built consorts. If the fleet tried to sail faster, it could only be at the expense of leaving its slower ships behind, and it probably would shave no more than a day or two off its total transit time anyway. If only Father knew about this, Caleb said softly to himself, pounding his fist gently but rhythmically into his palm once more. If only— His hand suddenly stopped moving, and his head came back up, his eyes locking on Merlin in the dimly lit sleeping cabin. "Can you tell him?" he asked softly, and Merlin froze. He looked back at the young man sitting on the cot, and his thoughts seemed to grind to a complete halt. "Caleb, he began, then stopped. How much was Caleb truly prepared to accept about him? The prince had already taken far more in stride than Merlin would ever willingly have shown him. But where were the limits of Caleb's flexibility? He might half-jestingly refer to Merlin as his wizard, and he might have accepted Merlin's more-than-human strength and vision. He might even have recognized the inevitable clash between his kingdom and the corrupt men sitting in power in the temple. But he was still a Safeholdian, still a child of the Church of God awaiting, which was the very reason he was so angry about the corruption which afflicted it. And he'd still been steeped from birth in the belief that Pei Shan Wei was the mother of all evil, and that the angels who'd fallen into evil with her had become demons, determined to tempt humanity into following Shan Wei's thirst for forbidden knowledge into damnation. "Do you really want me to answer that question?" he asked after a long, still moment. Caleb started to answer, but Merlin raised one hand. "Think first, Caleb. If you ask, and I answer it, you'll never be able to unask it." Caleb looked at him for perhaps 3 heartbeats, then nodded. "I want you to answer it," he said steadily. "All right, then," Merlin replied, just as steadily. "The answer is yes." Caleb's expression started to blossom in relief, and he opened his mouth once more, but Merlin shook his head. "I can tell him this very night, even though he's 4,000 miles away," he continued. "But only by physically going to him." Caleb's mouth snapped shut. Silence hovered once more in the sleeping cabin, a taut singing silence, enhanced but not broken by the background sound of water sluicing around the hull, the bubble of the wake below the opened stern windows, the creak of rigging and hull timbers, and the occasional sound of the rudder. "You can go to him?" Caleb said finally. "Yes," Merlin sighed. "Merlin," Caleb said, gazing at him levelly, "are you a demon after all?" "No," Merlin returned his gaze just as levelly. "I'm not a demon, Caleb, nor am I an angel. I told you that before in King's Harbor. He shook his head. "When I told you then that I couldn't explain it to you, I meant I literally can't. If I tried, it would involve concepts and knowledge you simply don't have." Caleb looked at him for 15 endless, tense seconds, his eyes narrow, and when he spoke again, his voice was very soft. "Would that knowledge violate the proscriptions?" he asked. "Yes," Merlin said simply, and if he'd still been a creature of flesh and blood, he would have held his breath. Caleb Armagh sat very, very still, gazing at the being who had become his friend. He sat that way for a long time, and then he shook himself. "How can you say you stand for the light when your very existence violates the proscriptions?" "Caleb," Merlin said, "I've told you before that I've never lied to you, even when I haven't been able to tell you all the truth. I won't lie to you now either, and if there are still things I simply can't explain, I can tell you this. The proscriptions themselves are a lie." Caleb inhaled sharply, and his head flinched back as if Merlin had just punched him. "The proscriptions were handed down by God himself," he said, his voice sharper, and Merlin shook his head. No, they weren't, Caleb, he said. They were handed down by Zhuo Zhang, and son Zhuo Zhang was no more an archangel than I am. Caleb flinched again, and his face was pale. Merlin's eyes, his artificial eyes, could see it clearly, despite the dim light. How can the proscriptions be a lie? The prince demanded hoarsely. Are you saying God lied? No, Merlin said again. God didn't lie. Zhuo Zhang lied when she claimed to speak for him. But... Caleb broke off, staring at Merlin, and Merlin held out his right hand, cupped palm uppermost. Caleb, you know the men who currently rule the temple are corrupt. They lie. They accept bribes. They use the proscriptions to extort money out of people who try to introduce new ideas, or from people who want new ideas suppressed. You yourself told me, standing on top of the citadel with Regis, that the vicars are more concerned with their secular power than with saving souls. They're willing to destroy your entire kingdom, burn your cities, murder and terrorize your subjects, when you've done nothing at all wrong. Is it so inconceivable to you that other men have also used God, and twisted his purpose for ends of their own? We aren't talking about men, Caleb said. We're talking about the archangels themselves. Yes, we are, Merlin acknowledged. But the beings who called themselves archangels weren't, Caleb. They were men. No, Caleb said. Yet his voice's certitude wavered, and Merlin felt a small flicker of hope. If you want me to, I can show you proof of that, he said gently. Not tonight, not here, but I can show it to you. You've seen the things, some of the things, I can do. The men and women who claimed to be archangels could do the same sorts of things, and they used that ability to pretend they were divine beings. I can prove that to you if you're willing to let me. The problem, Caleb, is that if your faith in the lie you've been taught all your life is too strong, you won't believe any proof I could show you. Caleb sat motionless, his jaw clenched tightly, and his shoulders hunched as if to ward off a blow, and then slowly, so slowly, his shoulders relaxed just a bit. If you truly are a demon, despite whatever you say, he said at last, then you've already tempted me into damnation, haven't you? He actually managed a twisted smile. I've known for months now that you were more than mortal, and I've used you and your abilities for my own ends and against the princes of the church. And that's the definition of heresy and apostasy, isn't it? I suppose it is, Merlin said, his voice as neutral as he could make it, in the eyes of the temple's present management at least. But you didn't have to tell me you could warn Father, any more than you had to save those children in King's Harbor, or to save Regis from Calvin, or to lead me to Malachi's galleys, or into Crag Reach. I suppose not. But, Caleb, if I were a demon out to tempt you into damnation, I'd do it by appealing to your desire, your need, to protect the people and kingdom you love. You aren't Hector, or even Narman. I couldn't appeal to your greed, your hunger for power, so I'd tempt you through the goodness of your own heart, your fear for the things you care so deeply about. And probably tell me you would have done exactly that, on the assumption that I'd believe it proved you hadn't, Caleb said, nodding with that same crooked smile. But you missed my point. Perhaps you are a demon, or what the writ calls a demon, at any rate, and perhaps you have tempted me. After all, you always told Father and me you were using us for your own ends. But if you've tempted me into the damnation of my soul, Merlin Athrawis, then so be it. Because you've never asked me to do one single thing which wasn't what a just and loving God would have had me do. And if the God of the writ isn't a just and loving God, then he isn't mine either. Merlin sat back in his chair, gazing at the young man in front of him. The young man, he realized, who was even more extraordinary than Merlin had believed. Caleb, he said finally, in your place, I doubt I could reach beyond everything I'd been taught the way you just have. I don't know if I really have, the prince replied with a shrug. You say you can prove what you've said, and someday I'll hold you to that. But for now, I have to make decisions, choices. I can only make them on the basis of what I believe, and I believe you're a good man, whatever else you may be, and I believe you can warn my father." "And how do you think your father will react if I suddenly simply appear aboard his flagship, 4,000 miles from here?" Merlin asked dryly. "I don't know," Caleb said, then grinned suddenly. "But I'd dearly love to see his expression when you do." 4. The Cauldron. Merlin Athrawus lay stretched out, swooping up and down with the swell as he floated on his back, watching the moon. Somewhere beyond his toes, invisible from his present water-level position, HMS Dreadnought and her consorts continued on their course, unaware one of their crewmen was missing. Hopefully, they'd stay that way. "This," he thought philosophically, gazing up at the stars, "is probably the least wise thing I've done yet. Aside from the Krakens, maybe, anyway. No matter how well Caleb took it, there's no way of telling how Harald is going to react." Still, right off the top of his head, he couldn't come up with any alternative course of action which offered a better chance for Harald's survival. In cold-blooded terms, now that he'd had a chance to think about things a bit more, it probably didn't matter to the long-term survival of Charis what happened to King Harald and his galleys. What Caleb and Sir Dominic Staynair had already done to one galley fleet promised they could do the same to another if they had to, especially one which was going to take losses of its own, serious losses, if it pressed an attack home against the Royal Charisian Navy. So even if Blackwater succeeded in gaining control of the Charis Sea and Rockshole Bay, it would be only a temporary possession, lasting just long enough for Caleb to get home and take them back again. And however badly Harald's death might hurt the rulership of Charis, Merlin felt confident of Caleb's fitness to take the crown, especially with Grey Harbor and Wave Thunder to advise him. But while Charis might survive King Harald's death, Merlin had discovered he wasn't prepared to do that himself, or to see Caleb forced to do it, not without doing everything he possibly could to prevent it. It was odd, he reflected as he rose high enough on the swell to glimpse the lights of one of the galleons in the distance. But when he'd first set out to shape Charis into the tool he needed, it hadn't occurred to him how close he might come to the Charisians themselves as people, as individuals he cared about. Harald Armagh wasn't simply the king of Charis. He was also Merlin Athrawus' friend, and the father of another, even closer friend, and the man who had once been Nimue Alban had lost too many friends. Is that the real reason I let Caleb talk me into telling him I could do this in the first place? Or, he frowned as another thought occurred to him, was it because I'm so lonely? Because I need someone to know what I'm trying to do? How far from home I truly am? These people may be my friends, but none of them know who or what I really am. Do I have some sort of subconscious need to know that someone who considers me a friend knows the truth, or as much of the truth as he can comprehend anyway, about me? Perhaps he did, and perhaps that need was a dangerous chink in his armor. No matter how Caleb or even Harald might react, the vast majority of Safeholdians, even in Charis, would indeed regard him as the very spawn of hell if they discovered even a tenth of the truth about him. And if that happened, everything which had ever been associated with him would be tainted, rejected with horror. So, in the final analysis, if he allowed a need for friendship to lure him into revealing the truth to someone not prepared to accept it, or simply to someone who might inadvertently let the secret slip, everything he'd accomplished so far, and all the people who'd died along the way and who were still going to die, would have been for nothing. All of that was true, he knew that, but he wasn't prepared to psychoanalyze himself in an effort to parse his motivation, even assuming Apika was subject to psychoanalysis. Because in the end it didn't matter. Whatever the reasons for it, this was something he had to do, something he couldn't not do. He rose to the top of another swell. This time there were no lights in sight, and he gave a mental nod of satisfaction as he checked the overhead visual imagery being relayed from the stealthed recon skimmer hovering above him. The fleet was moving along nicely, drawing steadily further away from him as he floated alone in the immensity of the sea. Getting someone off a crowded, cramped sailing vessel without being noticed, he'd discovered,
was only marginally less difficult than he expected getting someone onto a crowded, cramped galley without being noticed to be. The fact that the full moon had risen now only made the task even more challenging. Fortunately, he and Caleb had already put a defense in depth into place, even if they'd never contemplated using it for exactly this purpose. Arnold Falcon and the other members of Caleb's Marine Bodyguard detachment all knew the truth about Saejin Merlin. Every one of them knew Merlin had visions, and that it was necessary for him to retire and meditate in order to see them, and every one of them knew that concealing the fact of his visions from anyone outside King Harald's or Caleb's innermost circle was absolutely essential. And so Merlin, as an officer of the Royal Guard and Caleb's personal guardsman, had been provided with his own small private cabin. It was right aft, just below Caleb's quarters. It even had its own stern window, and Falcon and the other marine sentries who guarded Caleb were well placed to intercept anyone who might have disturbed the Saejin during his meditations. They were also well accustomed to leaving Merlin to those same meditations themselves, all of which meant it had been relatively simple for him to crawl through that window and lower himself hand over hand down a rope into the water. Once in the water, he'd submerged and swum the better part of a half-mile, then surfaced and waited while the fleet sailed past him. He was down-moon from them, and he'd probably been far enough away when he surfaced that no one would have noticed anything, but he felt no great urge to take any chances. The night was as clear as only a tropical night could be, with glowing phosphorescence spilling back along the ship's sides as they sailed along the silver moon path, their canvas like polished pewter, their ports and scuttles glowing with the lamps and lanterns within. The odds against anyone happening to glance in exactly the right direction to see something as small as a human figure floating into the heavens was undoubtedly minute. But he had plenty of time, certainly enough to avoid taking any chances. Or, he corrected himself wryly, any more chances at least. He checked the visual imagery one last time, then activated his built-in communicator. "Owl," he said, speaking aloud for a change, still contemplating Safehold's Ilian heavens. "Yes, Lieutenant Commander." "Pick me up now." "Yes, Lieutenant Commander." Side 18, Off Armageddon Reef, by David Weber, continuing on page 525. 5. HMS Royal Cheris, Cheris Sea. King Harald VII waved his valet out the door. "Are you sure you won't need me any more tonight, sire?" "Lachlan, you've already asked me that 3 times, Harald said affectionately. "I'm not yet so feeble that I can't climb into bed by myself, even at sea. So go! Get some sleep of your own." "Very well, sire, if you insist," Lachlan Jessup said with a small smile, and obeyed the command. Harald shook his head with a chuckle, then crossed the great cabin, opened the lattice-paned door, and stepped out onto Royal Cheris's sternwalk. He stood there, gazing off into the west, as if watching the setting moon slide the rest of the way below the horizon could somehow bring him closer to his son. It was even harder being separated from Caleb than he'd expected it to be. It wasn't like the year Caleb had spent aboard ship as a midshipman. Then all he'd really had to worry about were the risks of disease, accidents, or shipwreck. Now he'd knowingly sent his elder son off to battle against an enormously, numerically superior foe 7,000 miles away. If all had gone well, the battle Caleb had been sent to fight was long over. But had his son won, or had he lost? And in either case, had he survived? Not for the first time in the long, hard years of his kingship, Harald Armagh found that knowing he'd made the right decision could be very cold comfort indeed. "Your Majesty," Harald twitched uncontrollably, then whirled, one hand dropping to the hilt of the dagger he wasn't wearing. He half-crouched despite his bad knee, his incredulous eyes wide, as he saw the tall, broad-shouldered man standing in the shadows at the far end of the sternwalk. Disbelief and shock held him motionless,
paralyzed as a statue, staring at the man who could not possibly be there. "I apologize for startling you, Your Majesty," Merlin Athrawis said calmly and quietly, "but Caleb sent me with a message." The Armagh dynasty, Merlin decided, must have some sort of genetic defect. That was the only explanation he could think of, because something was obviously badly wrong with its fight-or-flight instincts. King Harald should have reacted by at least shouting for the guards, assuming he hadn't simply bolted for the cabin or even flung himself over the sternwalk to escape the apparition. In fact, Merlin had brought along a stun pistol for the express purpose of dealing with any such perfectly reasonable reaction, although he hadn't looked forward to explaining its effect to an irate monarch afterward. But instead of doing any of those things, Harald had simply stood there for almost exactly 10 seconds by Merlin's internal chronometer, then straightened and cocked his head to one side. "Well, Sajin, Merlin," he'd said with appalling calm, "if Caleb sent you with a message, at least I know he's still alive, don't I?" And he'd smiled. Now, 20 minutes later, the two of them stood together, still on the sternwalk, the one place on the flagship where they could hope to find true privacy. The noise of wind and sea as Royal Cheris and her squadron moved slowly along with the rest of the fleet neatly covered their voices as well. "So Caleb sent you to tell me Blackwater's seen through our little masquerade, did he, Master Trainer?" Harald asked, and Merlin chuckled, shaking his head, as he remembered the first time Harald had called him that. "Yes, Your Majesty." Merlin inclined his head slightly, then snorted gently. "And if you'll permit me to say it, Your Majesty, you've taken my arrival rather more calmly than I anticipated." "Over the last year, Merlin, I've come to expect the unexpected from you. And don't think I missed how carefully you answered Father Pater's questions when he brought his truthstone with him, or the way Caleb watched you while you did it, or any of several other peculiar things you've accomplished over the months. All the interesting bits and pieces of knowledge you've produced. The fact that, despite your rather glib explanation at the time, there's not really any way you could have gotten to Colvin's townhouse as quickly as you did." The king waved one hand in an oddly gentle gesture of dismissal. "I decided long ago," he said calmly, "that you were far more than you chose to appear, even to me, or possibly even to Caleb. And yes," he smiled, "I know how close you've become to my son. But, as I believe I mentioned to you once before, a man, any man, regardless of his abilities, must be judged by his actions. I've judged you on the basis of yours, and, like my son, I trust you. If I'm in error to do so, no doubt I'll pay for it in the next world. Unfortunately, I have to make my decisions in this one, don't I?" "Your son is very like you, Your Majesty." Merlin inclined his head once more, this time in a bow of respect. "And I can think of few greater compliments I might pay him." "In that case, now that we've both told one another what splendid people we are," Harald said with a smile, "I suppose we should decide what to do with this latest information of yours." "It's not certain yet what use Blackwater will be able to make of his spy's report," Merlin replied. "From what I've seen of him, however, I expect him to bring the other admirals around to his own view. He has a more forceful personality than I'd first expected, and the fact that all his allies know he's being backed by the Group of Four gives him a powerful club whenever he chooses to use it." "In that case, he certainly will try to press the attack and as quickly as possible." Harald gazed up at the stars where the moon had finished setting while he and Merlin spoke. He frowned, stroking his beard. "He can't know how much time he has before Caleb's return," the king continued, obviously thinking aloud, "so he'll probably try to press an attack directly into Rockshall Bay. He'll expect us to either stand and fight, or else retreat behind Lock Island and the Keys. In either case, he'll have control of the bay and the Cheris Sea, at least until Caleb gets home." "That's essentially what Caleb and I decided his most likely course of action would be," Merlin agreed. "And Caleb's suggestion was?" Harald looked back at Merlin. "He suggests that you go ahead and concede the bay." Merlin shrugged. "As long as you still control the throat,
Even if you were to lose one or both of the keys, they aren't going to be able to press a serious attack on any of your vital areas. And Caleb's only 15 days away. If they're deep enough into the bay when he arrives, they'll be trapped between your forces and his.
I see my son is concerned about his aged father's survival, Harold said dryly.
Excuse me, Your Majesty?
I've already discovered that Blackwater, while he may be lumbered with allies who aren't exactly the most cooperative ones imaginable, is no fool, Merlin. He knows Caleb's going to be coming home. If he sends his fleet into Rockshole Bay, he's not going to send it so deep he can't get it out again in a hurry. Nor is he going to neglect the elementary precaution of picketing the approaches. Whether Caleb comes south from Emerald Reach or north from Darkos Sound, he'll be spotted long before he can trap Blackwater in the bay. So what Caleb's strategy would really accomplish would be to keep me safely behind Lock Island, while almost certainly affording Blackwater the time to fall back on Eraster Bay, or even retreat past Emerald to Zebediah or Khorasan, to avoid him when he arrives. And of course my own forces would take so long to clear the bottleneck between Lock Island and the Keys that we'd never be able to stop Blackwater before he ran.
If we approached under cover of night, Merlin began,
then if everything went perfectly, you might be able to pull it off, Harold interrupted. But, as Regis pointed out, what can go wrong in a battle plan will. No. If we want to finish Hector's navy, hiding behind Lock Island is the wrong way to go about it.
It sounds to me as if you plan to do something else, Your Majesty, Merlin observed, with a slight sense of dread.
I do indeed. Harold showed his teeth. I have no intention of allowing myself to be penned up in the throat, nor do I intend to give Blackwater the battle he wants. However, I do intend to dangle the possibility of that battle in front of him.
How, Your Majesty?
I'm about to shift my main base of operations south from Rockshole Bay to Darkos Sound. Darkos Keep isn't as well suited as a major fleet base as Lock Island, but it will serve well enough for long enough. When Blackwater manages to launch his offensive, I'll dance and spar for time, and I'll withdraw south, away from the bay. He's smart enough to recognize that my navy is his true objective. Once the fleet's out of his way, he can do basically whatever he wants. As long as the fleet exists, his options are cramped at best. So, unless I miss my guess, he'll be so happy to have shifted me away from a well-fortified bolt hole like Lock Island and the Throat that he'll follow me up.
You're planning to draw him south of the Cherished Sea, Merlin said, away from his shortest line of retreat.
Precisely. Harold nodded. I'm sure he'll cover his rear with picket ships, but he'll only have so much reach. If I can pull him far enough south, keep his attention firmly enough focused on me, and the fact that my standard will be flying from this ship should certainly help to do that, then when Caleb comes down from the north behind him, you'll be between him and retreat.
Caleb won't like it, Your Majesty.
That's unfortunate, Harold said calmly. As it happens, I'm king and he's crown prince, which means we'll do it my way.
But if you move your fleet south, Merlin said, searching for counter-arguments, you'll expose the Throat. The North Channel's broad enough they could slip galleys right through it, if you're not there to stop them.
Not any more, Harold chuckled. I see you haven't managed to keep an eye on quite everything, Sage-in Merlin.
Your Majesty?
Baron Seamount and Sir Dustin have been busy in your absence. It was Seamount's idea. The two of them have thrown together what Seamount calls floating batteries. They're basically just rafts, big ones, but just rafts, with solid raised bulwarks about 5 feet thick and gun ports. They've got 15 of them, each with 30 carronades, and a half-battalion of Marines to discourage boarders, anchored on springs squarely across North Channel, directly between Lock Island and North Keys shore batteries. The king shrugged. I don't believe anyone's likely to get past them, do you? No, but then we'll do it my way, won't we? Harold asked inflexibly. Merlin looked at him for a long moment, then nodded heavily.
Yes, Your Majesty.
The one thing I wish we could do, Harold said thoughtfully, is find some way for Caleb and me to coordinate our movements.
If what I've got in mind works, Blackwater's going to be directly between Caleb's galleons and my galleys when you turn up in his rear. That means he'll see you, know you're there, before I do. If there were some way, aside, of course, from this rather dramatic personal visit of yours, for you to let me know when Caleb is about to make contact with him, it would be an enormous help." He cocked his head again, looking at Merlin with an expression so much like that of a hopeful little boy that Merlin chuckled. "As a matter of fact, Your Majesty, I've given a little thought of my own to that possibility. Here." He held out a small object. Harald gazed at it for an instant, then took it just a bit hesitantly, and Merlin was hard-pressed not to chuckle again. Apparently even an Armag's imperturbability had its limits. "That's a pager, Your Majesty." "A pager?" Harald repeated the bizarre word carefully. "Yes, Your Majesty." Merlin had considered providing the king with a full-capability communicator, but he'd decided against it, given how well Harald had handled his appearance on Royal Cherris Sternwalk. His concern that the king might have found voices coming out of a tiny box more than he was prepared to accept had probably been misplaced. Unfortunately, he'd selected the pager instead before he left the skimmer. "It's set to vibrate when I need it to," he said now. "May I demonstrate?" "Of course," Harald said. "Then put it on your palm, please, Your Majesty. No, with the flat side down. That's right. Now—" Merlin used his internal calm to trigger the pager, and the king's hand jerked as the vibration tingled sharply against the palm of his hand. He looked up at Merlin, and his eyes were wide, with as much delight as surprise, Merlin realized. "You felt that, Your Majesty?" "I certainly did." "Well, what I'd like you to do is to carry that under your clothing somewhere," Merlin said. "I was thinking you might use the wristband. It's adjustable, Your Majesty, like this," he demonstrated, "to wear it on your forearm, under your tunic. If you do, then I can signal you when we sight Blackwater ships. I was thinking I might cause it to vibrate one time when we first sight one of his scout ships, then twice when we sight his main body, and 3 times when we're prepared to engage." "That sounds as if it should work quite well," Harald said, gazing down at the pager now strapped to the inside of his left forearm. "Next time," Merlin said dryly, "I'll try to provide something a bit more exotic, Your Majesty." Harald looked up sharply, then laughed. "Point taken, Sajin, Merlin, point taken." He gave the pager one last look, then smoothed the sleeve of his tunic over it. "I suppose it's time you were getting back to Caleb now, Merlin." He reached out, resting his hands on Merlin's shoulders. "Tell him I'm proud of him, very proud, and that I love him." "I will, Your Majesty. Not that he needs to be told." "Maybe not, but sometimes it's as important to say it as to hear it, and," Harald gazed directly into Merlin's sapphire eyes, "for yourself accept my thanks. The thanks of a king for helping him to protect his people, and of a father who knows you'll do all you can to keep his son safe." "Of course I will, Your Majesty." Merlin bowed again, more deeply than ever, then straightened. "And now, as you say, it's time I was getting back to Caleb." He boosted himself up to the stern walk's rail, gazing down at the water below. "Do you really have to leave that way?" Harald asked. "Excuse me, Your Majesty." Merlin looked back over his shoulder in surprise, for the king's tone had been almost wistful. "I was just thinking it would be marvelous to see someone fly," Harald said in an undeniably wheedling tone. "I wish I could do that for you, Your Majesty," Merlin said, and almost to his surprise he meant every word of it. "Unfortunately, I'm afraid your officers and seamen aren't quite ready for flying Sajin. Maybe another time. But if one of them happened to look in exactly the wrong direction at exactly the wrong moment tonight—" He shrugged, and Harald nodded. "I know, and you're right," the king said. "But one of these days, when there's no one else about, I'm going to hold you to that maybe of yours." "Somehow, I'm sure you will, Your Majesty," Merlin said with a laugh, and dropped into the night with a quiet splash. 6. Galley Khorasan, Eraster Bay. Duke Blackwater sat in his chair at the head of the table in Khorasan's great cabin, his face impassive, as he listened to Sir Kevin Mergan's voice. After careful consideration, he'd decided to allow his flag captain to present the new information to his allies instead of doing it himself. He couldn't change the fact that it was coming from one of Prince Hector's spies, but he could at least try to minimize the sense that he was personally ramming it down their throats. Not that he expected to fool anyone about that. He considered the faces of his two fellow admirals. Sharpfield looked skeptical, but then Sharpfield always looked skeptical. None of Blackwater's spies had been able to intercept any of Queen Charlane's dispatches to her fleet commander, despite their best efforts, but the Duke was privately certain of what he would have found if he had been able to read any of them. And, to be honest, he didn't blame Charlane a bit. In her shoes, he would have done everything he thought he could get away with to minimize his own exposure and losses in the service of one of his most bitter enemies. Not that understanding her motives made their consequences any more pleasant. Still, Sharpfield was also a considerably more experienced naval commander than Prince Narmon's Earl Mondier, and however unwillingly his queen had been compelled to support this entire campaign, Sharpfield was far too intelligent to do anything overt to which the group of four might take exception. Mondier was another matter. Unlike Charlane, Narmon had every reason to want this campaign to succeed. Well, to see it avoid failure, which wasn't precisely the same thing, perhaps. Blackwater, now that he'd met the Prince of Emerald, had come to the conclusion that his own ruler had underestimated him. Narmon was anything but the fool Blackwater had been warned to expect, and the Duke was quietly certain he'd made arrangements of his own to protect himself from the consequences of a victory by Prince Hector. Whether or not those arrangements would work was another matter, of course, but either way, he was even more certain Narmon would prefer to take his chances against a victorious Hector rather than against a victorious and enraged Harald. That would definitely appear to be the case, judging by the way Narmon's navy had responded to Blackwater's orders in the 2 months since the destruction of Baron Tandler Keep's squadron, at any rate. Mondier had pitched in and goaded his own captains and crews into energetic, if not necessarily wildly enthusiastic, cooperation with Blackwater's rigorous training exercises. Sharpfield's cooperation had been less enthusiastic than Mondier's, but, by the same token, his captains had been better trained to begin with, and Blackwater had taken Sharpfield's own experience into consideration and sought his advice in planning the fleet's exercises, which actually appeared to have gotten the senior Chisholm officer actively involved in the process. The Duke had also been careful to stay fairly close to home during those 2 months, unwilling to offer the Cheresians the opportunity to lure another detachment into a trap until he'd whipped his command into something a bit more cohesive, and his efforts had borne fruit. There were still weak spots, of course. Blackwater suspected there would have been in any coalition this diverse, even if all of its members had wanted to join it in the first place. The worst weakness of all was that the components of the fleet were still organized on a national basis. Blackwater would really have preferred to break up all 3 of the Allied fleets and recombine their units into integrated squadrons. Not even Mondier was going to agree to that one, though. Short of achieving that particular impossible goal, the Duke was about as satisfied with his command as he had any right to expect in this less-than-perfect world. It wasn't going to get much better, at any rate, and at least he could count on its doing pretty much what he asked it to at sea. The problem was convincing his fellow admirals that what he wanted to do needed doing before they put to sea. "Thank you, Sir Kevin," Blackwater said as the flag captain completed his briefing. Then he looked down the table at Sharpfield and Mondier. "I believe this information puts rather a different complexion on our own situation," he said. "Clearly Harald's known a great deal more about our plans and our capabilities than any of us had believed was possible. Exactly how that information came into his hands is something I'm sure all of us would like to know. What matters for our purposes right this minute, however,
is what we do now that we know what he's apparently done on the basis of his knowledge." "With all due respect, Your Grace," Sharpfield said, "do we really know what he's done? We have a single report from a single one of Prince Hector's spies. Even granting that the man is completely honest, and that the information he's reported is true to the best of his own knowledge, he could be in error on some or all of the points in his report, and even if every word of it's completely accurate, we have no way of knowing what's come of Harald's actions." The Chisholm Admiral shook his head with a half-snort. "Personally, I think Harald would have to have been out of his mind to try something this idiotic, and I can't remember the last time someone accused Harald of Cheris of stupidity. The chances of his even finding Malachi and Whiteford at sea, whether he knew the originally proposed location for their rendezvous point or not, would be minute, and even if Caleb did find them, his galleons would have been outnumbered by something like 6-1 when they engaged." He shook his head again. "I simply can't see Harald taking that sort of chance with that big a piece of his total navy, and his own son's life, when he'd have to be shooting almost completely blind." "Then what do you think he's done, my lord?" Blackwater asked courteously. "I don't have the least idea," Earl Sharpfield said frankly. "I suppose it's remotely possible he's trying some sort of complicated double bluff. If he ostentatiously sent his galleons off early, counting on us to still have at least some spies in Cheris to report the fact, he could want us to believe the topsails we've been seeing belong to merchantmen, when they're actually the sails of his war galleons. On the other hand, I'd have to admit that trying something like that doesn't strike me as a great deal more reasonable than sending his entire force of galleons herring off into the middle of the Parker Sea." "Well, he's obviously done something with them," Mondier said, "and I, for one, am inclined to trust your man's information, Your Grace." He inclined his head in Blackwater's direction. "I'll defer to Earl Sharpfield's greater experience at sea, and agree it seems like a remarkably foolhardy risk on Harald's part. Still, if he did have better knowledge of our plans than we believed he did, he must have known the odds, the forces being assembled against him. He may have calculated that he couldn't hope to defeat our combined forces after all of them were joined together, and decided that some chance, even if it were a slim one, of preventing us from ever uniting all of our ships at all was better than a certainty of seeing his own fleet destroyed after we did." "That's certainly possible," Sharpfield acknowledged a bit grudgingly. "It just seems so unlike Harald. He's very like his father was. I met the old king when I was a captain. The Queen's father chose my ship to transport a diplomatic mission to him, and my impression of him was that he was always ready to take chances, even bold ones, but only when the possible return outweighed the risk and the odds were in his favor. Everything I've ever heard about Harald says he thinks exactly the same way, and that can't be the case here, whatever this report seemed to indicate." "I would tend to agree with you under normal circumstances, my lord," Blackwater said. "In this case, though, I believe we have to at least tentatively accept that the information is correct. And if it is, then I think we must also assume that either Caleb managed to intercept Duke Malachi, or else he didn't. If he did, they've fought a battle. Which one of them won? If Caleb won, or even if he simply failed to make contact at all, he should be back sometime in the next 2 to 4 or 5 days. If Duke Malachi won, he should be here within the same time frame. If he slipped past Caleb without making contact at all, he should be here within no more than the next 5 days. What we have to do is to decide how to proceed until one or the other of them turns up." "I'm very tempted to suggest we do nothing to bring on a general engagement until Duke Malachi arrives," Sharpfield said. "That was the original plan for the campaign, and it would offer at least some protection against the possibility that Harald truly is trying some sort of complicated misdirection with the movements of his galleons. And," he added, looking Blackwater straight in the eye, "if Duke Malachi and Baron Whiteford don't arrive,
That should be a fairly pointed indication of what will happen to our galleys in a battle against these new galleons of theirs." "I disagree, Sir Luke," Mondir said in a courteous tone. "I believe we should do our very best to provoke, even force, a general engagement as soon as possible. If Duke Malachi won against Caleb, then we'll be in an even better position to proceed after his arrival if we've managed to defeat Harold in the meantime. If he lost, but still managed to inflict heavy losses on Caleb, then it's important that we neutralize Harold's galleys to prevent them from supporting and covering Caleb on his return. And if Caleb won without suffering significant losses, it's more important than ever that we not have to worry about facing Harold's galleys at the same time we confront him." "I find myself in agreement with Earl Mondir, my lord," Blackwater said to Sharpfield. "I'll confess that I myself would feel much more comfortable if we had some independent confirmation of this single report. Nonetheless, it seems to me we have to at least probe to see whether or not Harold's galleons are in company with the rest of his fleet. If it turns out they are, our information is obviously in error. If it turns out they aren't, then I think Earl Mondir's suggestions will have considerable merit. While it's true the original plan for this campaign required us to wait for the arrival of the Tarotesian and Dolaran squadrons, it's also true the reason we were waiting for them was to attain a decisive numerical superiority over the Cheresians. If all we face is the 80 galleys of Harold's peacetime navy, then we have a decisive superiority at this moment." There was silence for a moment, and then, almost as if against his will, Sharpfield nodded slowly. 7. Off Triton Head, Cheris Sea. "They are coming south, Your Majesty." Captain Trevethan gave King Harold a rather peculiar look, the sort, Harold reflected, which was normally reserved for prophets, madmen, or sage-in. "Are they indeed, Dinzel?" he responded mildly, looking up from his lunch. "Yes, they are, and in considerable strength," his flag captain said. "According to Flash, it looks like their entire fleet, in fact." "I see." Harold picked up his wineglass and sipped, then wiped his lips with a snowy napkin. "Well, Dinzel," he said then, "if they seem intent on offering battle, I suppose they have a reason to. We, on the other hand, do not." "Not an immediate reason, Your Majesty, no," Trevethan agreed. The emphasis on the adjective was slight but unmistakable, and Harold smiled. "Dinzel, Dinzel," the king shook his head. "I know giving ground against these people goes against the grain, and I know Bryon kicked their arses for them the last time they came this far south. But you and I both know they wouldn't be here if Blackwater didn't feel fairly confident we wouldn't be doing that to them again. And whatever they may want, what we want is to continue to buy time until Caleb returns." "True enough, Your Majesty," Trevethan conceded. He did not, Harold noticed, point out that no one in the Cheresian fleet knew whether or not Caleb was returning. The king felt a sudden powerful temptation to tell his flag captain what he knew, but he suppressed it easily enough. "Pass the word to Bryon," he directed instead. "Tell him to execute the plans we discussed yesterday." "Well, this is unexpected," Duke Blackwater commented, and Sir Kevin Mergen chuckled beside him. "I hadn't realized what a gift for understatement you have, Your Grace," the flag captain said, when Blackwater looked at him, and the Duke smiled. But then the smile faded, replaced by a thoughtful frown, as he considered the report. "South," he murmured, scratching the tip of his nose while the brisk northeasterly ruffled his hair. "Why south?" "It does seem peculiar, Your Grace," Mergen observed. "I would have expected him to fall back towards Rockshole Bay, if he was intent on avoiding action." "So would I," Blackwater agreed. He cocked his head and clasped his hands behind him, standing by the starboard bulwark of Khorasan's aftercastle, and rocked up and down on his toes for several seconds. "Whatever he's up to, Your Grace," Mergen offered, "it does look as if he wants to avoid a general engagement." "Which would appear to confirm the report that his galleons are somewhere else." Blackwater nodded.
If all he has is 80 galleys, of course he doesn't want to fight our combined strength. But this business of falling back away from Rock-Shoal Bay, that bothers me. You think he's trying to draw us into some sort of ambush, Your Grace? An ambush by what? Blackwater asked. The frustration in his question wasn't directed at his flag captain, as Mergen understood perfectly, and the Duke flung out one arm in a sweeping gesture at the long columns of Allied galleys forging steadily southwest. If our information's correct, he doesn't have anything he could ambush us with. And if our information isn't correct, what point would be served by moving clear down into Darkos Sound before offering battle? Perhaps he's simply trying to avoid being trapped inside the bay, Your Grace, Mergen suggested after a moment. Blackwater looked at him, one eyebrow raised, and the flag captain shrugged. We've always assumed the Charesians would fight to hold the bay, Your Grace. What if we were wrong? What if Harald's willing to let us have the bay, if that's what it takes to prevent us from pinning him down? In theory, if he did that, it would give us the opportunity to send a raiding force past Lock Island, Blackwater said thoughtfully. Would he run that risk? That depends on how great a risk it would be, doesn't it, Your Grace? If we got even a few galleys loose in Howell Bay, we could do a lot of damage. But if he has a few galleys of his own waiting there, or just on the other side of Lock Island, covering North Channel, we'd have to commit a much larger force if we hoped to break through successfully, which might give him the opportunity to come in behind our main force after we've weakened it by detaching a big enough squadron for the job, Blackwater said, nodding slowly. There's this too, Your Grace, Mergen said. If he's waiting for his galleons to come back from wherever they've been, he'll try to avoid a fight to the finish until they get here, and he won't want to be stuck in a pocket like Rock-Shoal Bay if his son needs his help out in the Cherished Sea. I was thinking the same thing. Blackwater frowned some more. If he is waiting for Caleb's return, he went on after a few seconds, then perhaps the fact that he's falling back to the south indicates the direction from which he expects Caleb to appear. The last thing he'd want would be for our complete fleet strength to be between him and Caleb, where we'd have the best chance of defeating either of his two forces in isolation. Unless he's thinking in terms of a converging attack, Mergen pointed out, and Blackwater laughed harshly. Sharpfield hates our guts, Kevin, but he's got a point about Harald and the sort of risks he's likely to take. Try to catch us between two widely separated fleets, each of them weaker than we are, when he can't even be certain when the other fleet is going to arrive? Blackwater shook his head. Neither one of them would even know we were engaged with the other until after the battle was over. He shook his head again, even more firmly. Now that's the sort of over-clever plan someone like Maguire might come up with. Harald's too good a seaman to try something that foolish. I didn't say it was likely, Your Grace, Mergen pointed out. I simply threw it out as one possibility. I know. Blackwater reached out and patted his flag captain on the shoulder in a rare public display of affection. And I do think you have a valid point about the reasons he'd want to stay out of Rock-Shoal Bay, especially if he is expecting Caleb's return. How far south do you think he'll go before standing and fighting? Mergen asked. Probably no further than Darkos Strait, Blackwater replied after a moment. Darkos keeps nowhere near as good a base as Lock Island, but it would do in a pinch, at least for a while, and the passage between Darkos Island and Crown Cape is less than 30 miles wide at high water. At low water it's a lot narrower, and the safe channel's even narrower than that. He could fall back into the strait, and we'd play hell trying to follow him up. But we could always circle around through Silver Strait and come up behind him, Mergen pointed out. Not without splitting our own forces, Blackwater countered. We'd have to leave someone to keep him from simply heading north again, which would give him the opportunity to defeat one of our forces in isolation. Or that's what he may be thinking, at least. And what are you thinking, Your Grace? Mergen asked, looking at him shrewdly. I'm thinking that if he's foolish enough to let himself be trapped inside Darkos Strait, I'll go ahead and split my forces, Blackwater replied. If we drive him back into the Narrows, then we can afford to reduce our forces north of the strait, because we'll have the same narrow front to protect he does, which means we can probably hold any attempt of his to break back out into the Sound with no more than a quarter or a third of our total strength while we send all the rest around behind him. Do you really think he'll be that foolish, Your Grace? No, he probably won't, but I can always hope. In the meantime, it's the next best thing to 600 miles to Darko's Island. At our present speed, that's almost a 5-day. And however shy he's being right now, I think we can count on him to do his best to make our lives miserable between now and then. The next several days ought to be interesting. 8. HMS Royal Cheris, Darkos Sound. Harald of Cheris stood on his flagship's aftercastle, gazing towards the eastern horizon, where summer lightning seemed to flash and blink through the darkness. It wasn't lightning, of course, and his jaw tightened as he wondered how many of his subjects were dying out there. Not many if it's going according to plan, he told himself. Of course, it never does go according to plan, does it? Commodore Niles knows his business, Your Majesty, Captain Trevethan murmured, and Harald turned to look at the flag captain. Do I look that anxious? He asked Riley, and Trevethan shrugged. No, not really, but I've come to know you rather better than most, I think, Your Majesty. That's certainly true, Harald agreed with a chuckle. Still, you're right, and someone had to do it. Exactly, Your Majesty, Trevethan agreed. The flag captain bowed slightly and turned away, allowing his king to return to his own thoughts, which Harald discovered were somewhat lighter after Trevethan's intervention. The king drew a deep breath and made himself consider the last 11 days. Blackwater was clearly determined to pin him down and destroy his fleet once and for all. To be honest, Harald was a bit surprised by the Khorasandian's tenacity and the degree of tight control he seemed able to maintain over his composite fleet. After Harald had used the cover of night to slip his entire fleet around Blackwater's right flank and break back north of the Duke, Blackwater had simply turned around and started following him back towards Rockshole Bay. He'd refused to spread his units in an effort to cast a wider net, which was what Harald had more than half hoped he might do. Instead of offering up more isolated squadrons for the Cheresians to snap up, however, Blackwater had maintained his concentration, except for his scouting ships, and continued his dogged pursuit. Clearly he wanted a decisive battle, but, equally clearly, he wasn't prepared to court a defeat in detail in his efforts to get one. And despite all Harald's maneuvers, all the wiles and cunning he could bring to bear, the Khorasandian had gradually closed the distance between their two fleets. Harald's galleys were individually bigger than their opponents, and better designed for open water, but that also meant they were at least marginally slower under oars at the best of times, and they'd been continually at sea for almost 3 months now, except for brief returns to port on a ship-by-ship basis to replenish their water tanks. Their bottoms had become foul, which was making them even slower. Under sail, that wasn't much of a problem, because they also had bigger, more powerful sails. But working to windward, under oars it was, which was why Blackwater's fleet had been less than 25 miles south of Harald's flagship at sundown. I've got to get back south of him again, where I can run on the wind, Harald told himself yet again, watching the gun flashes grow in intensity. But at least this should be the last time I need to. He wanted to go below, to the refuge of his cabin, away from that silent heat lightning, but he couldn't. Commodore Cody Niles was out there with his squadron, attacking a force many times his own strength, solely to convince Blackwater that Harald was trying to break past him to the east, not to the west. The least the king who'd sent them out could do was stand here and watch. 9. Galley Khorasan, Darkos Sound. The Duke of Blackwater walked on deck after an abbreviated breakfast and looked sourly over the bulwark. Under normal circumstances, he conceded, the sight before him would have caused him considerable pleasure. 2 big galleys lay on Khorasan's port quarter.
The nearer ship flew the gold-on-black standard of Cheras, under the white-on-orange of Khorasan. The other flew the Cheresian colors under the silver Doomwhale and royal blue field of Chisholm. They were the first two important prizes Blackwater's fleet had captured, and it was already obvious from the preliminary reports that there were some significant peculiarities about the way their guns were mounted. Peculiar or not, he thought grimly, they obviously work well enough, don't they? Capturing those two ships, and destroying a third, had cost him 4 of his own galleys. Actually, it had cost him 6, but the damage to 2 of them was repairable. Of the other 4, 1 had been sunk outright, and the other 3 had been reduced to such shattered wrecks that he'd ordered them burned himself after taking off the survivors of their crews. And after all of that, almost 2/3 of the Cheresian force had actually managed to disengage and run. 2-to-1 losses, he reflected, and we'll probably never know why the third one caught fire and blew up, which means we can't exactly count on doing it again. He didn't much care for the implications. Of course, he had more than twice as many galleys as Harald, but having a dozen or so battered ships left after finishing off the last Cheresian wasn't exactly likely to delight Prince Hector. "Good morning, Your Grace." "Good morning, Kevin." He turned to face the flag captain, whose breeches were soaked to well above the waist. "Have you had an adventure this morning?" the Duke asked mildly, raising one eyebrow. "I mistimed it when I jumped for the entry port ladder, Your Grace." Mergen grimaced humorously, and Blackwater snorted, although it wasn't always funny, by any means. Mistiming the transfer from a small boat to the ladder-like battens fastened to a galley's side for the steep climb to its deck could have fatal consequences. More than one man had been crushed against the side of his own ship when an unanticipated wave slammed the boat he'd just left into him. Others had been washed off their perch by similar waves, sucked under the bilge and drowned. Blackwater had almost suffered that fate himself when he was a much younger man. "I'm glad to see you're no worse for wear," he told the flag captain, then jerked his head at the 2 prizes. "What do you make of them?" "I'm impressed, Your Grace," Mergen said soberly, "and I understand what happened to Tanler Keep much better now. They're bigger than our ships, which I expected, of course, but those guns of theirs—" The flag captain shook his head, his expression half admiring and half chagrined. "I don't know why no one else ever thought of it, Your Grace. Their broadside weapons are much shorter than our guns and lighter, lots lighter. They're like sawed-off Krakens mounted where only a falcon ought to be able to go. And all their guns have these pivot things on the sides of the barrel, almost like the sheaves in a block." Mergen's hands moved, as if trying to twist something invisible in the air in front of him. "It lets them actually elevate and depress their guns, and there's something different about their gunpowder, too." "Different? Different how?" "It's like grains, Your Grace, grains of sand, or maybe more like coarse-ground salt." Blackwater frowned, trying to visualize what Mergen was describing. "I found out how they're managing to fire that quickly as well, Your Grace," Mergen told him, and the Duke's eyes sharpened. "It's another thing I can't understand why nobody else ever thought of," the flag captain said. "They've simply sewn the charges for their guns into cloth bags. They ram the entire bag down the barrel with one shove, instead of using ladles. And they've got some sort of thing mounted on the gun. It's like a little hammer with a piece of flint stuck onto it and a spring. They pull the hammer back, and when they're ready to fire, the spring snaps it down and strikes sparks onto the priming, instead of using slow match or an iron." Blackwater grimaced. He'd always known Cheresians were irritatingly innovative. After all, that was a big part of what the Grand Inquisitor had against the kingdom. But from even his present grasp of Mergen's explanation, which he knew was imperfect at this point, he began to understand how 8 galleys had done so much damage before they were driven off. No, he told himself harshly, not driven off. The other 5 voluntarily disengaged after they'd done what they came to do. "That's all very interesting, Kevin. I mean that, and I'd appreciate it if you could sketch some of the things you're talking about for me so I could look at them over lunch. But for right now, what do we know about the rest of Harald's ships? About what you'd surmised at sunup, Your Grace? Mergen replied, and it was his turn to grimace. You were right, it was a diversion, and while we were all looking east, Harald slipped back past us to the west. His main body is about 20 miles south of our main body, and opening the range, slowly but steadily, with these wind conditions. Shanway sees the man, Blackwater said, far more mildly than he felt, and shook his head in grudging admiration. Now we'll have to chase him all the way to Darko's Island all over again. Do we really want to do that, Your Grace? Mergen asked diffidently, and Blackwater looked at him sharply. What I mean, Your Grace, is that, as you yourself pointed out when we began pursuing them, if they're expecting Caleb to return from the south, and if they've managed to make us spend this long chasing them, we may not be able to catch up again before he gets here. Or before Duke Malachi gets here, Blackwater said. He's supposed to be coming from the same direction, if you recall. With all due respect, Your Grace, Duke Malachi is already the better part of a month overdue. He may still be coming, but if they've managed to put as many guns like the ones I was just examining aboard their galleons as our spies had reported, and if they actually managed to intercept Malachi, then the Duke's taken significant losses. Those galleys, he waved at the 2 prize ships, only have 6 guns in each broadside. According to our spies, their galleons have as many as 20. I know. For a moment Blackwater's expression showed a bleakness he would not have permitted anyone else to see. Then he drew a deep breath and shook himself. I know, he repeated, but we did manage to take or sink a third of their galleys last night, and Caleb would have been outnumbered by Duke Malachi by an even greater margin than they were outnumbered by the column they attacked. You're probably right about what galleons with that much firepower could do, but surely they would have suffered losses of their own, and they didn't have that many galleons to begin with. With all due respect, Your Grace, I certainly hope you're right about that, Mergen said with a wry smile. So do I, Blackwater admitted. Still, whatever their galleons look like, they can't have these new guns of theirs widely distributed through their galleys. If they did, they'd have sent more of them along last night. For that matter, if all their galleys had them, they wouldn't have bothered to run away from us in the first place. He snorted with bleak humor and glowered at the prizes, then shook his head. I expect they concentrated on putting all the new guns they had aboard the galleons, he said, which should mean that if we can ever get to grips with that slippery bastard Harald, we should still be able to crush him. And if they do have galleons headed back this way from the Parker Sea, we'd better deal with Harald before they get here. To be honest, Your Grace, Mergen said slowly, his expression troubled, I'm not at all sure the galley hasn't just become thoroughly out of date. I think you're probably right about that, Blackwater said grimly. And the bad news is that we don't have any galleons of our own. But the good news is that the Cheresians don't have a lot of them, and we can start building them from an almost even footing now that we've figured out how they're mounting their guns. Exactly, Your Grace, the flag captain nodded. And what I'm wondering, if that's true, is whether or not there's any point in engaging Harald. Blackwater looked at him sharply, and Mergen shrugged. Even if we completely destroy Harald's fleet, we'll only be capturing or sinking ships nobody's going to want in another year or 2, Mergen pointed out. Oh, I see what you're thinking now, Blackwater said, but he also shook his head. I see 2 reasons to go ahead and smash Harald, he said. First of all, we don't know what's happened to Caleb. He may have been badly defeated by Malachi and Whiteford, despite all our present doom and gloom. Even if he won, he's probably taken losses, quite possibly enough losses that even with all the wonderful new guns he could put aboard his remaining ships, we could still beat him. But second, even if Caleb is coming back with a fleet we can't possibly face in battle, at least until we've built ourselves a fleet just like it, we still need to destroy this fleet.
Their king's aboard one of those galleys, Kevin. If we kill him, or even better, capture him, the consequences will be enormous. And even if we fail to do that, those ships have got thousands of trained officers and seamen aboard them. Those are the men they'll use to crew any more galleons they might build. We need to kill as many of them as we can now, while our ships are still equal to theirs, to deprive them of all that experienced manpower. Mergen looked at him for several seconds, then nodded slowly with an expression of profound respect. I wasn't thinking that far ahead, Your Grace. Perhaps, he smiled thinly, that's why you're an admiral and I'm not. Well, Blackwater said with an answering, somewhat crooked smile, one of the reasons, anyway? Perhaps. Of course, there's still the little problem of what happens if Caleb turns up at an inopportune moment, Your Grace, Mergen pointed out. We've got picket ships out to the north, Blackwater countered, and Harald is south of us. If Caleb turns up from the south, then we turn around and run north. And while I realize these new rigging ideas of theirs make their galleons more weatherly, I strongly doubt that they can sail straight into the wind the way we can row. And if we're wrong, and he turns up from the north, Your Grace, then our pickets will tell us he's there long before Harald can know anything about it, Blackwater replied. In that case, we make straight for Silver Strait and run for it. We'll probably have enough forewarning to get around Harald before he realizes what's happening, if we stop chasing him and just concentrate on running. And if Harald does get in our way, the Duke shrugged, we cut our way through him and inflict all the damage we can in the process. 10. Darko's Sound. You hardly touched your supper, Lachlan Jessup observed. King Harald turned from his contemplation of the stern windows at his valet's complaint. Was there something wrong with it, Your Majesty? Jessup inquired with a certain hurt dignity as he gathered up the dishes on his tray, and Harald shook his head with a smile. No, there wasn't anything wrong with it, he said patiently, ignoring the grin on Sergeant Harper's face as the guardsman watched from the great cabin door he'd opened for Jessup. And no, I have no complaints for the cook, and no, I'm not ill, and no, you can't bring me a snack later tonight. Jessup regarded him with the mournful, martyred eyes only the most loyal and trusted of retainers could produce, and the king sighed. But, he said, I promised to eat a simply enormous breakfast. There. Are you satisfied now? I'm sure, Jessup said with enormous dignity, that it's not my place to be extracting promises from you, Your Majesty. He picked up his tray, elevated his nose ever so slightly, and left the cabin. Harper held the door for him, and his grin got even bigger as the departing valet stepped past him. You know, Gorge, the king said dryly, the frightening thing is that he really thinks he means that. Aye, Your Majesty, he does, the guardsman agreed. Still and all, down inside somewhere, he knows better. Yes, he does. Harald smiled fondly, then shook his head. Good night, Gorge. Good night, Your Majesty. The guardsman touched his left shoulder in salute, then shut the door. Harald gazed at the closed door for the better part of a minute, then rose, his smile fading, and stepped out onto Royal Charis sternwalk. He gazed up at the sky, where the fingernail paring of a new moon gleamed faintly in the east. The musical bubble of the galley's wake came to him from below, coupled with the rhythmic sound of water sluicing along the sides of his flagship's hull. Stars burned brightly high overhead, and the following wind had freshened slightly and veered a bit back towards the west. It was a beautiful night, if a little on the dark side, and he gazed astern at the running lights of the other ships in Royal Charis column. The men aboard those galleys were every one of them obedient to his orders, and he knew they executed those orders willingly, by and large, trusting him to get it right. But beyond the running lights he could see were those of the fleet he couldn't see, yet which was once again creeping closer. Soon now, very soon, he was going to have to decide whether to fall back south of Darko's Island or try to break around Blackwater's flank once more. He didn't want to go any farther south than he had to. If nothing else, there wasn't another base as good as Darko's Keep once he got down into the middle sea. But Blackwater was staying close to his heels, and the chances of his bamboozling someone as shrewd as the Coruscandian Duke
got slimmer each time he had to make the attempt. "That's not what's really worrying you, though," he told himself, gazing out at the night. "What's worrying you is that according to Caleb's and Merlin's estimate, and even allowing for how much further south we are right now, they should have made contact with Blackwater's picket ships no later than day before yesterday." He smiled without a great deal of humor and braced his forearms on the sternwalk railing as he leaned over it to take some of the weight off of his right knee. He was certain the rest of the fleet must be beginning to wonder exactly what he had in mind with all this bobbing and weaving about the Cheris Sea and Darkos Sound. He would have liked to have been able to tell them, too. But just exactly how was he supposed to inform even his most trusted officers that he'd decided to base his strategy, and for that matter his hope for the very survival of his entire kingdom, the lives of all their families, and very possibly their immortal souls, on the services of what might well turn out to be a demon? He laughed softly, shaking his head, remembering Merlin's expression on this very stern walk. Whatever else Merlin might be, he was clearly no omniscient being. In fact, that was one of the reasons Harald had decided to trust him, although he'd never told the Saejin, or whatever he truly was, that. Merlin could be surprised, which undoubtedly meant he could also make mistakes. But what Merlin could not do was to conceal what he felt. Perhaps the Saejin didn't realize that, or perhaps it was only his friends from whom he couldn't hide. But Harald had long since realized Merlin was a deeply lonely man, one who'd been hurt, but refused to surrender to the pain. And whatever his origins, whatever his powers, he truly was committed to the purpose he'd explained to Harald in their very first interview. "I realize it's possible he really is a demon, God," Harald Armach thought, gazing up at the clean, untouched beauty of the glittering handiwork of the deity he worshipped. "If he is, and if I shouldn't have listened to him, then I apologize and I ask for your forgiveness. But I don't think he is. And if he isn't, then perhaps you truly did send him, whatever he is. He's not very much like what I always expected an archangel to be like, either, of course." The king smiled wryly in the darkness. "On the other hand, I suppose you could send whoever you wanted to teach those corrupt bastards in the temple the error of their ways. If it's your will that I live to see that happen, I'll die a happy man. And if it isn't, then I suppose there are worse causes a man could die serving." It wasn't the sort of prayer of which the Council of Vicars would have approved, and not just because of the content. But that was just fine with King Harald VII of Cheris. It was odd, he reflected, despite his concern for Caleb's tardiness, despite the fact that the group of four had decreed Cheris' destruction, despite even the fact that he fully realized that the defeat of this onslaught would only prompt the group of four to try again with even stronger forces. He felt a deep sense of content. He was far from blind to the realities of what was about to happen. If Cheris lost this war, the consequences for all Harald cared for and loved would be catastrophic. And even if Cheris won this war, it would only be to face another, and another beyond that. Harald doubted he would live to see the end of the titanic conflict which he prayed nightly was only just beginning. But perhaps Caleb would, or Jeanne, or Jeannette, or his grandchildren. And at least he'd taken a stand. At least he'd provided for the possibility that those grandchildren he hadn't met yet would live in a world in which evil and venal men, hiding their avarice and corruption behind the face of God himself, could not dictate their beliefs, exploit their faith in God for their own vile purposes. Poor Merlin, he thought, so afraid I'd see where his purposes must ultimately lead. I wonder if he started to figure out that I've been in front of him almost all the way. It was probably time he sat down and discussed the entire subject openly and frankly with Merlin, he decided. There was no longer any point pretending, after all, and once they could stop wasting time on all this diplomatic indirection, they could probably— King Harald's thoughts broke off as the pager, strapped to his forearm, vibrated suddenly. Prince Caleb and Merlin leaned over the chart table. The prince's frown was intense as he gazed at the copper coins Merlin had used as map tokens. "So this is their main force over here," Caleb said, tapping a roughly rectangular area of the chart delineated by the coins placed at each corner. Yes. Merlin stood back, folding his forearms and gazing at the prince's intent expression. Despite the tension of the moment, Merlin felt a temptation to smile at Caleb's almost absent tone. The prince's frustration, as adverse winds delayed their passage, had been palpable to all around him. Now that same frustration had transmuted itself into something else, and he was so focused on the task at hand that it clearly no longer even occurred to him to worry about where and how Merlin got his information, just as he hadn't worried about how Merlin had just finished informing King Harald of their arrival. And these, Caleb's hand swept over the arc of smaller coins scattered to the north of Duke Blackwater's main fleet, are his picket ships. Yes, Merlin said again, and the prince straightened, still frowning. If these positions are accurate, he's let his pickets get too far astern, he said, and too far from one another as well. True, Merlin agreed. On the other hand, it's a clear night. Any cannon fire is going to be visible for a long way. Granted, but, Caleb looked up with an evil smile, there doesn't necessarily have to be any cannon fire, does there? What do you have in mind? Merlin asked. Well, Caleb crossed his own arms and straightened up, settling back on his heels. He's using light units. For all intents and purposes, they're basically no more than dispatch boats. At most, they've got a few wolves. Merlin nodded. Wolf was a generic term for any Safeholdian naval gun with a bore of 2 inches or less. Such small pieces, like the ones in Dreadnought's fighting tops, were intended almost entirely as anti-personnel weapons, essentially enormous single-shot shotguns, although they could also be used effectively against boats and launches. I'm thinking, Caleb continued, that if this picket here, he unfolded his right arm to reach out and tap one of the coins with his forefinger, were to suffer a mischief sometime around Langhorn's watch, it would leave a gap between these two. He tapped 2 more coins. Not only that, but I'm betting it's the relay ship for both of them. So even if they did see us, they couldn't report it to Blackwater. Which means we could get the main fleet to within 10 miles of his main body, maybe even less, between moonset and dawn. Merlin considered the chart, then nodded slowly. And just how do you intend to arrange for it to suffer that mischief? He asked politely. I'm glad you asked that, Caleb said with a toothy smile. I've really got to talk to this boy about appropriate risks for fleet commanders to run, Merlin told himself 3 hours later, standing on the afterdeck of the schooner Seagull. Seagull was one of the larger of the schooners attached to Caleb's galleons. She mounted 12 carronades, 6 in each broadside. Unlike dreadnoughts, the schooner's carronades, bores, measured only 5.5 inches, and the round shot they threw weighed just a bit over 23 pounds each. That was far lighter than her larger consort's weapons, but much, much heavier than anything her size had ever been able to mount before. At the moment, however, the weight of her broadside was irrelevant. The flush-decked schooner, barely 90 feet in length, was crammed with Marines. Caleb had managed to pack an additional 80 men into her, plus Merlin, Caleb's Marine bodyguards, and Caleb himself. This is not something you should be doing, Merlin said quietly into the prince's ear. The 2 of them stood to one side of the helmsman as he leaned on the tiller bar. No? Caleb returned equally quietly, and his teeth flashed white in the dim light of the setting moon as he smiled. No, Merlin said as deflatingly as possible. Getting yourself killed doing something as minor as this would be stupid, not gallant. Father always told me gallant and stupid usually meant exactly the same thing, Caleb said. A smart man, your father, Merlin replied. Yes, he is, Caleb agreed. But as it happens, I think I do have to be here. Unless, of course, you're prepared to explain to the captain just how it is that you know exactly where to go. Merlin had opened his mouth to respond. Now he closed it again, glowering at the prince. Unfortunately, Caleb had a point. By now every man in the galleon fleet was firmly convinced Caleb could literally smell his way to the enemy. They were thoroughly prepared to follow his instincts anywhere, and not at all surprised when they found enemy warships wherever he took them, which neatly deflected any attention from Merlin's contributions. In the long term, that was undoubtedly a good thing. But in the short term, Merlin wasn't at all happy about Caleb's risking himself on a harebrained stunt like this one. Come on, he told himself. It's not really a stunt at all, is it? Because Caleb's right. If we pull this off, Blackwater's going to be in for a really nasty surprise about sunrise. No doubt he would, but Merlin could think of all too many examples from old Earth's history of essential men and women who'd gotten themselves killed doing important but not essential things. Well, Merlin murmured into the prince's ear now, if you're the one doing all the explaining to the captain, you'd better tell him to alter course about half a point to starboard. Aye, aye, sir, Caleb said with an ironic smile and crossed to where the schooner's captain stood watching his ship's sails. The light galley Sprite ghosted slowly along on one more leg of her endless patrol. Sprite's Emeraldian crew wasn't especially fond of Duke Blackwater. They hadn't particularly cared for the orders which subordinated their own navy to the Coruscandians' command, and they especially hadn't cared for the orders which had kept them at sea for the last 5 days. Every member of the galley's 75-man company knew they were out here primarily as an afterthought. Oh, it was always possible the mysteriously absent Charesian galleons might try to come creeping up behind the combined fleet from the north. It wasn't very likely, though, especially not in light of how persistently the Charesian galleys had insisted on heading south. Sprite's crewmen didn't object to the notion of having someone watch the main fleet's back. They simply didn't see why they should be stuck with the job. Her captain had ordered a single reef taken in her sail just after sundown. Not because the wind had freshened enough to pose any sort of threat, but because he had to reduce sail if he wanted to maintain his assigned position to windward of the main fleet's bigger, slower galleys. He'd also turned in after supper, leaving the deck to his second lieutenant, and most of the rest of his ship's company was working assiduously to get all the sleep it could before yet another boring day of playing lookout. There, Caleb whispered into the ear of Seagull's captain, and pointed to leeward. The schooner was on the starboard tack, broad reaching with the wind coming in over her starboard quarter. And there, almost precisely where the prince had predicted, were the running lights of a small vessel. The moon had set, and the schooner, all of her own lights extinguished, was sliding along under jibs and foresail alone as she crept stealthily closer to the galley. The picket boat was even smaller than Seagull, little more than 60 feet in length, if that. Her stern lanterns picked out her position clearly, and the schooner's captain nodded to his crown prince. I see her now, Your Highness, he whispered back, and Caleb's lips twitched as he heard the semi-awe in the man's voice. Lay her alongside, just like we planned, he said, carefully suppressing the amusement in his own voice. Aye, aye, Your Highness. The captain touched his shoulder in salute, and Caleb nodded, then stepped back over beside Merlin and Arnold Falcon. And when he does lay us alongside, Merlin said just loud enough to be certain Falcon could hear, you stay right here aboard Seagull, Your Highness. Of course, Caleb replied in a rather absent tone, watching as Seagull changed course very slightly, edging ever closer to the unsuspecting galley, now little more than a couple of 100 yards clear. I mean it, Caleb, Merlin said sternly. Arnold and I are not going to explain to your father how we managed to let you get killed taking a dinky little galley. Is that understood? Of course, Caleb repeated, and Merlin looked across at Falcon. The Marine lieutenant looked back and shook his head, then jerked it to indicate Sergeant Faircaster. The burly, powerfully built non-com stood directly behind the Crown Prince, and he looked quite prepared to rap the heir to the throne smartly over the head, if that was what it took to keep him aboard Seagull. Which, Merlin reflected, suited him just fine. Now! Seagull's helmsman put his tiller sharply up to windward, and the schooner slid neatly alongside Sprite. Someone aboard the galley spotted her at the very last minute and shouted in alarm, but it was far too late to do any good. Grappling irons flew, biting into Sprite's timbers as the two vessels ground together. The watch on deck, no more than a dozen men all told, whirled, gaping in horror as Seagull came crashing out of the night. The schooner's side was a solid mass of rifle-armed Marines, bayonets gleaming with the dull, murderous reflection of Sprite's running lights, and then those same Marines swept across Sprite's deck. Bayonets thrust, clubbed musket butts struck viciously. There were a few screams and more shouts, but not a shot was fired, and it was over in less than 30 seconds. It took a little longer than that for the crew trapped below decks to realize what had happened, of course, and for Sprite's captain to accept it and formally surrender his ship. But there were only 7 casualties, all of them Emeraldians, and only 2 of them fatal. It was a neat little operation, Merlin conceded, and best of all from his perspective, there hadn't been time for Caleb to get himself involved in the boarding action even if he'd wanted to. "All right," the Crown Prince said now, standing beside Merlin on the afterdeck of the captured galley, where he'd just accepted the surrender of Sprite's stunned, disbelieving captain. "Let's get the prize crew aboard. Then we've got to go back and get the rest of the fleet up here." King Harald lay in the gently swaying cot, dutifully pretending to sleep. The fact that there wasn't very much else he could do didn't make it any easier. What he really wanted was to call Captain Trevethan into the chart room and begin discussing possible deployments. In fact, the temptation was very nearly overwhelming. Except, of course, that Trevethan would undoubtedly wonder what had inspired it, and except for the fact that although he knew Caleb was almost certainly less than 50 miles from where he himself lay, that was all he knew. It wasn't as if he and Admiral Lock Island and their commodores and captains hadn't discussed possible tactical situations and their responses to them exhaustively over the past months. Every one of his senior officers knew exactly what all of them were supposed to do, and Harald felt confident they would understand not simply his orders, but the purpose behind those orders when the time came. But the fact that there wasn't anything he needed to be doing didn't keep him from wishing there were. He glanced at the stern windows, wondering if the sky beyond them really was just a bit lighter than it had seemed the last time he looked. It was possible, although it was more likely wishful thinking on his part. He smiled at the thought, amused despite the tension coiling tighter and tighter inside. Yes, the sky definitely was lighter, he realized, and... The pager vibrated against his forearm again. This time, twice. "It's a good thing you're young enough to not need very much sleep," Merlin said a bit sourly, and Caleb grinned at him. "Be honest, Merlin," he said. "You're just pissed because I behaved myself last night and didn't give you anything to complain about." "Nonsense. I'm not pissed, just astonished," Merlin replied, and this time Caleb laughed out loud. "Do you think they've spotted us yet, Your Highness?" Falcon asked, and the Crown Prince sobered. "If they haven't yet, they will shortly," he said, rather more grimly, and Falcon nodded. Caleb's galleons were formed into a single column this time, forging ahead with all sail set to the topgallants, and headed almost exactly southeast by east on the port tack. Dreadnought led the column, and the sails of the closest of Blackwater's galleys were clearly visible from deck level against the steadily brightening sky to the east. "We've still got a minute or 2, I think," Merlin said quietly. "The sky's still dark behind us. But you're right, Caleb. They're going to pick us up any minute now." "Be ready with those signals, Gwillem," Caleb said over his shoulder. "Aye, aye, Your Highness," Captain Manther replied, and glanced at Midshipman Corby's signal party. The lookout in the Emerald Navy galley Black Prince stretched and yawned. His relief in the crow's nest was due in another half-hour or so, and he looked forward to breakfast and some hammock time. He finished stretching and turned, making a leisurely visual sweep as the sky in the east turned pale cream and salmon-colored. A few wisps of cloud were high enough to the north and west to pick up some of the color, standing out like misty golden banners against a sky of graying velvet, still pricked by stars. He started to turn back to the east, then paused as something caught his eye. He frowned, peering more intently to the northwest. He was looking almost into the eye of the wind, and his own eyes watered slightly. He rubbed them in irritation and looked again. His heart seemed to stop. For an instant all he could do was stare incredulously at the impossible sight as the steadying light from behind him turned gray, weather-stained canvas briefly into polished pewter. Then he found his voice. "Sail ho!" he screamed. "Sail ho!" "Well, they've seen us," Merlin commented quietly to Caleb as the nearest ship, the rearmost galley in the Northern Force's westernmost column, flying the red and gold standard of emerald, turned suddenly into a kicked ant's nest of furious activity. He didn't need his Snark's overhead imagery to see it either. He could scarcely believe how close Caleb had managed to get, although he knew Caleb himself was more than a little frustrated. The Crown Prince was running well over 2 hours behind his own original ambitious schedule. He'd hoped to overtake Blackwater's fleet before dawn, announcing his arrival only with the first broadsides, delivered from total darkness. But even with perfect information on the relative positions of the two fleets, he'd been unable to allow properly for vagaries of wind and current. His irritation at the delay was probably a bit more evident than he fondly believed it was, Merlin thought with a grin. For all he'd already accomplished, there were times when Crown Prince Caleb was very young. Fortunately, he'd allowed for at least some slippage in his original timing, and the weariness of the enemy's lookout, coupled with the poor visibility to the west, had allowed Dreadnought to get to within less than 6 miles before being spotted. Blackwater's nearer 2 columns were hull up, clearly visible from Dreadnought's deck, although no one else could see them quite as clearly as he could. "Hoist the signal, Captain," Caleb snapped. "Aye, aye, Your Highness. Master Corby, if you please." "Aye, aye, sir." The colorful flags rose to Dreadnought's yardarm, streaming out in the wind, repeated by the schooners stationed up to windward of the galleon's battle line. And a hungry cheer went up from Caleb's men. "Number 1 hoisted, sir," Corby reported. "Engage the enemy." King Harald was half finished dressing when the pager on his forearm vibrated yet again. This time there were 3 pulses, and he raised his voice in a shout to his cabin sentry. "Charles!" The door flew open instantly, and Sergeant Gardener stepped through it, sword half drawn. His eyes snapped around the cabin, seeking any threat, and then he relaxed slightly when he found none. "Your Majesty," he said. "Pass the word for Captain Trevethan," Harald said, "and then get me my armor." Lieutenant Roland Mulry spun in place, staring disbelievingly up at the crow's nest. "Ships on the starboard quarter!" The lookout bawled frantically. "Many ships on the starboard quarter!" Mulry stared for another heartbeat, then raced across Black Prince's aftercastle to stare up to windward himself. For just a moment he saw nothing. Then he saw altogether too much. "Beat to quarters!" he shouted, watching the endless line of galleons bearing down upon his ship. "Someone wake the captain!" "Signal to gale," Caleb said, eyes fixed on the rapidly nearing enemy vessels. "Yes, Your Highness?" Corby asked, chalk poised over his slate. "Engage the enemy column nearest to windward," Caleb said. "Engage the enemy column nearest to windward." "Aye, aye, sir," Corby said, and turned to his signal party once more. "Captain Manther, we'll pass astern of at least the 2 nearer columns, if we can." "Aye, aye, Your Highness." The flag captain gazed at the nearest enemy galleys for a moment, then looked at his helmsman. "Bring her head 2 points to port." Captain Pate Cotter came bounding up Black Prince's aftercastle ladder like a hedge lizard with its tail on fire. He hadn't waited for his armor or even to dress, and he was bare to the waist as he arrived at Mulry's side. "Where?" he began urgently, then chopped the question off as he saw the galleons for himself. "They've altered heading in the last few minutes, sir," Mulry said, pointing at the lead ship. "They're edging further up to windward." "Steering to cut us off from home," Cotter muttered. Mulry didn't know whether the comment was intended for him or not, but he found himself nodding in grim agreement with his captain's assessment. "Make the signal for enemy in sight," Cotter said. "I already have, sir," Mulry replied, and Cotter spared him a brief glance of intense approval. "Good man, Roland." The captain turned back to his perusal of the enemy, and his jaw tightened as he saw the lines of gun ports opening and the cannon muzzles snouting out like hungry beasts. He turned to stare south, along the line of his ship's column. Black Prince was the rearmost ship in the westernmost of 9 columns. There were 20 galleys in her column, all of them Emeraldian, and the next 2 columns to eastward were also Emeraldian, with the nearer one headed by Earl Mondier's flagship Triton. The 4th column was headed by the last 10 Emeraldian galleys, followed by 9 Chizomian ships. The 5th consisted of another 20 Chizomian galleys, led by Earl Sharpfield in King Michael. Then came the 6th column, composed entirely of Khorasandian ships and led by Duke Blackwater in the fleet flagship. Then another column of Chizomians and 2 final columns of Khorasandians. With an interval of 200 yards between ships, even the shortest column was over 2.5 miles long, and the interval between columns was 3 miles. That meant the entire formation stretched 24 miles from east to west, and that a masthead lookout in Black Prince couldn't quite see the ships in the farthest column at all. It also meant it was going to take time for Blackwater to receive word of what was happening, and even longer for him to respond to it. "Any signal from Earl Mondier?" he asked. "No, sir," Mulry said tensely, and Cutter swallowed a curse. He looked back at the inexorably advancing Chiresian galleons. They had to be making good at least 10 or 11 knots in the stiff breeze, he thought, watching them lean to the press of their mountains of canvas. Probably more, and they were slicing steadily eastward. In another 15 minutes, 25 at most, they were going to be squarely across Black Prince's stern, and the captain felt his belly tightening down into a cold, hard knot at the thought. He'd seen what galleys armed with the new Chiresian artillery could do, and the nearest Chiresian galleons had at least 25 guns in her broadside, 4 times what their galleys had mounted. "Sir," Mulry said suddenly, pointing across at the Chiresian leader, "that's the Crown Prince's standard." "Are you certain?" Cotter asked urgently. "Your eyes are better than mine, boy, but are you certain?" "Yes, sir," Mulry said firmly. Cotter slammed his bold fists together, wheeling to stare along the column once again. He could hear other galleys' drums beating to quarters, sea crewmen dashing about the decks of the nearer ships, but still there was no signal from Earl Mondier. He waited another 5 minutes, then drew a deep breath and nodded sharply. "Take in the sail," he ordered harshly. "Out sweeps. Bring her about." "There's someone with his wits about him, Your Highness," Captain Manther observed as the northernmost galley in the nearest column suddenly brailed up her single big sail. Her oars thrust out of their ports, and she turned sharply, swinging out of her column. 1 or 2 derisive taunts went up from some of Dreadnought's seamen, but that galley wasn't fleeing. As they watched, she turned into the wind and steadied on her new course, straight for Dreadnought. "They've seen your standard, Your Highness," Arnold Falcon said quietly as the galley's oars started to stroke. "Yes, they have," Caleb agreed. He gazed at the oncoming galley for a moment, judging relative motions with a seaman's eye, then shook his head slowly. "They've seen it, but they didn't turn quite soon enough," he said. "With your permission, Your Highness, I'd still prefer to give him a bit more sea room," Manther said. "The last thing we need is to have your flagship damaged or taken out of action early." "Oh, no, we couldn't have that, Captain," Caleb agreed, eyes glinting with amusement at his flag captain's careful choice of words. "I'm glad you agree, Your Highness," Manther said gravely, and looked at his helmsman again. "Bring her up another point to port." "Shanway sees it," Cotter snarled as the long line of galleons altered course slightly. His eye was as good as Caleb's, and he could see clearly what was about to happen. He'd waited too long, assuming there'd ever been any real chance of success at all. But the absolute necessity of maintaining formation had been drilled into every captain of Blackwater's fleet. Leaving it without orders was a court-martial offense, and he'd taken too much time wrestling with himself before he acted. Unfortunately, there wasn't much he could do about it now. Turning away would only make it worse, and there was always at least the chance he might actually be able to carry through despite their guns, still get to grips with the Chiresian Air's flagship. If he could do that, then every Charisian ship in sight would swarm in to save Caleb. The consequences for Black Prince would undoubtedly be fatal, but if he could just delay those galleons, just tie them up for an hour or two while the rest of the fleet reacted. Side 19, Off Armageddon Reef, by David Weber, continuing on page 555. "Open fire!" Captain Nantler's order rang out clear and sharp. The inevitable noises of a ship under way seemed only to have enclosed and perfected the taut silence of Dreadnought's company, and despite everyone's tense anticipation, the command came almost as a surprise. For one tiny slice of a second, nothing happened, and then every gun captain in her starboard broadside yanked his lanyard simultaneously. "You wanted me, Your Majesty?" Captain Trevethan had arrived quickly enough indeed that he hadn't fully completed dressing and appeared in his cotton shirt without his uniform tunic. "Yes, Denzil." Harold turned to face his flag captain as Sergeant Gardanner finished buckling his cuirass for him. The captain's eyebrows had risen in surprise at finding his king obviously arming for battle, and Harold smiled tightly. "No, I haven't lost my mind," he said reassuringly, "but I've got a feeling we're going to be busy today and shortly." "Of course, Your Majesty." Trevethan couldn't quite keep his mystification, and perhaps just a hint of skepticism, out of his voice, and Harold snorted in amusement. "I don't blame you for cherishing a few doubts, Denzil, but trust me." "I do, Your Majesty," Trevethan said, and there was no hesitation at all in that statement. "Good. In that case, excuse me, Your Majesty," Midshipman Marshall said from the cabin door. "We've just received a signal from Speedy." "What signal?" Harold asked. "She reports hearing gunfire to the northeast, sire. She's moving to investigate it." Trevethan stared at the midshipman for a moment, then back at his king, and Harold saw the wonder, and the questions, in the flag captain's eyes. "General signal, Denzil," he said. "Prepare for battle." The Charisian flagship disappeared behind a sudden, blinding eruption of gun smoke, shot through with flashes of fire. The range was still almost 200 yards, but these guns weren't double-shotted. The press of Dreadnought's canvas heeled her to starboard, bringing the sills of her gun ports closer to the water, but she had ample freeboard, and it actually made her a more stable gun platform. Better than half her shots still missed, but almost half of them didn't. Captain Cotter saw the fiery blast of smoke an instant before the first round shot slammed murderously into his galley's port bow. It was a quartering broadside, coming in at an angle of perhaps 60 degrees, and splinters flew as 38-pound spears of iron crashed through her timbers. Shrieks of agony came from the oar-deck, and her forward sweeps flailed as the men manning them were smashed and mangled by cast iron and the pieces of their own vessel. More shots came in higher, slamming through the bulwarks, carving gory furrows through the boarders still assembling on her forecastle and in the waist. Bits and pieces of men were snatched up in that iron hurricane, and blood sprayed as human bodies were torn apart. Black Prince staggered, like a runner who'd caught his toe on some unseen obstacle, and Cotter shouted orders to the helmsman, trying to compensate for what had just happened to a third of his port sweeps. "What did you say?" the Earl of Mondeir demanded of his flag captain. "Black Prince reports enemy in sight, my lord," Captain Nicholas Jepson repeated. "That's ridiculous," Mondeir said. "How could Harold have gotten clear around us that way?" "My lord, I don't know," Jepson said. "We've just received the signal, and—" "What was that?" Mondeir snapped, cocking his head at the sound of distant thunder. "Gunfire, my lord," Jepson said grimly. Dreadnought's gunners hurled themselves onto their recoiling guns, swabs and rammers jerking. Gun trucks squealed as carriages were hauled back into battery, and muzzles spewed fresh smoke and flame. As always, the shorter, lighter carronades fired faster than the long guns on her main deck. Merlin stood well clear of the quarter-deck carronades, between Caleb and the rail, and watched the heavy shot tear into the Emeraldian galley across the steadily shortening range. Her port sweeps flailed in wild disorder as Dreadnought's fire smashed into the crowded confines of her ore-deck, and Merlin felt a mental chill as he pictured the butchery and carnage. A galley under oars depended on the intricate coordination of her rowers, and no one could maintain that coordination while everyone about him was being torn into bleeding meat. The galley's forward guns managed to return fire, but their shots went wide, and Dreadnought was passing directly across Black Prince's bows. Her fire ripped down the center line of the galley, killing and maiming, and the sound of the Emeraldian crew's screams was clearly audible in the fleeting instants in which none of Dreadnought's guns was actually firing. Captain Cotter clung to the aftercastle's forward rail. There was nothing else he could do. Even his worst nightmares had fallen short of what a galleon's broadside could do. Black Prince's hatchways belched men, many of them bleeding from terrible wounds, as her panicked rowers boiled up through them. But there was no shelter from the Chiresian's merciless fire on the open deck, either. His ship was losing way. His people were dying for nothing, and he couldn't simply stand here and watch them be slaughtered for no return at all. "Lieutenant Maury, strike," he began, turning to the lieutenant, but the young man lay on the aftercastle deck, eyes already glazing, both hands clutching the spear-like splinter which had driven deep into his chest. Cotter's jaw tightened, and he grabbed a midshipman by the shoulder. "Strike the colors," he barked. "Get forward and—" The 38-pound round shot killed both of them instantly. "Why doesn't he strike?" Caleb muttered. "Why doesn't he strike?" The galley wallowed helplessly, shuddering under the tempest of iron ripping her apart. Devastation and destruction, the two galleons following in Dreadnought's wake, were firing into her as well now, and thick streamers of blood oozed down her sides. There was absolutely nothing that ship could do to hinder Caleb's progress. But still her captain obstinately refused to haul down his colors in token of surrender. "She's done, Caleb!" Merlin half shouted in his ear. Caleb looked at him for a moment, then nodded sharply. He crossed to Manther and gripped the flag captain's shoulder. "Let her go, Gwillem," he commanded. Manther glanced at him, and the captain's eyes were almost grateful. "Cease fire! Cease fire!" he shouted. Dreadnought's guns fell silent, but Devastation and Destruction continued to fire for another minute or two. Then, finally, the savage bombardment trailed off. The wind rolled the fog bank of smoke away, and more than one man aboard Caleb's flagship felt a touch of horror as he looked at their target, heard the screams and moans of her broken and bleeding crew. The galley rolled heavily, oars smashed, mast leaning drunkenly, and it sounded as if the ship herself were crying out in agony. The entire crew stared at the shattered hulk, and even as they watched, the tottering mast toppled wearily into the sea beside her. Then Captain Manther's voice cut through the stillness in a tone of unnatural calm. "Let her fall off a point," he told his helmsman, and Dreadnought altered course to starboard, closing on the second column of her enemies, now less than 2 miles ahead. "They took the northern passage?" Duke Blackwater looked at Captain Mergan in disbelief. "That's what the signal says, Your Grace," the flag captain replied tautly. Blackwater turned away, staring out the great cabin's stern windows, while his brain tried to grasp Mergan's message. The north? How could Caleb, and it could only be Caleb, have come at him from the north when Harold had been so stubbornly clinging to a southern position? And how had he gotten through Blackwater's screen of picket vessels without being spotted? What demon had let him time his arrival so perfectly, come sweeping in exactly with the dawn? He clenched his jaw and shook himself viciously. How didn't matter. All that mattered was what he did about it. His mind began to function once more, sorting out possibilities, options. The initial sighting report had come in from one of the ships in his westernmost column. That meant Caleb was either due west of him, or else coming down with the wind from the northwest. Given the limitations of his signaling system, Blackwater couldn't be sure which, and it mattered. A part of him insisted Caleb couldn't possibly have placed himself north, as well as west, of the combined fleet. No one could have that much battle luck. But then again, no one could have enough luck to come straight to him like this in the first place. In either case, Caleb was going to hit Mondir's Emeraldians first, and he was going to hit them hard. Surprise was almost total, and that was going to produce panic. Mondir was no coward, and neither were most of his captains, but Blackwater felt grimly certain he was going to lose at least one of Mondir's columns completely. The question, he thought, is whether I try to fight him or simply cut and run. Every instinct told him to turn towards Caleb, to bring his entire fleet and its massive numerical superiority sweeping in on the Cheresian Crown Prince's galleons and crush them. But intellect shouted in warning, remembering Mergen's descriptions and sketches of the new Cheresian artillery, and what those outnumbered, far more lightly gunned galleys had done with it. But if I run, this entire campaign's been for nothing, he thought grimly. The prince won't like that, and neither will Clinton and the council. And I can't really know how effective their broadsides are without fighting them. Besides, at this point, I'm only guessing about his actual position, his strength, everything. Heading north might actually be the best way to evade him. General signal, he said harshly, turning back to Mergen. Enemy in sight to windward. Prepare for battle. New course north. Fire! Dreadnought swept across the second galley column, and her broadside bellowed yet again. The range was a bit shorter this time, and this galley was still headed almost due south, directly away from her. The Emeraldian vessel's stern windows and ornate carving shattered as the broadside slammed home, and more guns began to thunder from the west as Sir Dominic Staynair's squadron separated from Caleb's. Staynair's ships began forging down to the south, paralleling the rest of Black Prince's column as it clung to its original course, away from Caleb, and the outgunned galleys fired back far more slowly. Caleb's decision not to reduce sail was paying a huge dividend, so far at least, Merlin reflected. The prince's experience off Armageddon Reef had convinced him that old-style guns had very little chance of inflicting crippling hits on his galleon's rigging. They simply couldn't fire fast enough, couldn't be pointed high enough. And so he'd opted to come in under all-plain sail, without brailing up even his courses until he'd come fully to grips with the enemy. That gave him a clear speed advantage, and he and Staynair were using it ruthlessly. "Anything more from Speedy?" King Harald asked as he finished the climb to Royal Cheris after Castle. "Yes, Your Majesty," young midshipman Applin replied with a huge grin. "Speedy's just repeated a signal from Seagull. My position 100 miles north, Dark Coast Island, with 28 galleons. Enemy bears south by southeast. Engaging. Caleb." The cheer which answered the 11-year-old's announcement ought by rights to have deafened Hector all the way back home in Manchester, Harold thought. "Thank you, Master Applin," he said quietly through that torrent of shouting voices, resting one hand on the boy's slight shoulder. "Thank you very much." He squeezed the midshipman's shoulder for a moment, then turned to Trevethan. "If they have any sense at all, they're going to turn and run for Silver Strait." "They still have him outnumbered at least 6-1, Your Majesty," Trevethan pointed out, and Harald snorted with harsh, fierce pride. "Caleb is here, Denzil, with the loss of only 2 galleons, and Duke Malachi isn't. What do you suppose that means happened to the last galley fleet that outnumbered my son 6-1? "A point, Your Majesty," his flag captain conceded. "Definitely a point." "And one that won't be lost on Blackwater," Harald said, his expression and voice grimmer. "I wish it would be. I wish he were stupid enough to stand and fight, but he's smarter than that, and I think he has the moral courage to run if that's the only way to save what he can." "That's my own assessment of him, Your Majesty," Trevethan agreed. "Well, in that case, I think it's up to us to argue with him about his choice of courses." Harald gazed up at the masthead pendant and the royal standard of Cheris, then turned back to his flag captain. "General signal, Denzil. Form in columns of squadrons, course east." The Emeraldian galleys in Blackwater's 2 western columns never saw his signal. There was too much smoke, and they had other things on their minds. Stainier's squadron forged steadily down the flank of Earl Mondier's column, pounding savagely. None of the other 19 ships were hammered quite as brutally as Black Prince had been, but that was mostly because they were able to strike their colors while they still had at least some men on their feet. Stainier closed to within 50 yards, artillery bellowing, dismasting his targets, wreaking carnage on their crowded ore decks, slaughtering the hapless soldiers and seamen packed together on their decks and aftercastles for boarding attacks that never came. Stainier had no time to take formal possession of the surrendered ships, but there wasn't much need. While some of them might violate the terms of their surrender, or claim they'd never struck their colors in the first place and escape, most of them were too shattered and broken to do much more than tend their wounded as best they could until someone did arrive to take custody of them. And if Stainier and Caleb didn't have sufficient ships to gather them all in, King Harald certainly did. While Stainier finished crushing that column, Caleb continued steadily to the east, angling slightly southward. He crossed the tracks of the 3rd and 4th columns, close enough to rake the last ship or two in each column as he passed. "Blackwater's trying to break north," Merlin shouted in Caleb's ear as Dreadnought poured fire into yet another victim. "He's got 4 columns, about 90 ships, turning north-northwest." Caleb glanced at him, then closed his eyes, obviously summoning up a mental chart. He studied it from behind his eyelids, then nodded sharply. "Captain Manther?" Duke Blackwater paced savagely back and forth atop Khorasan's aftercastle. He knew it wasn't doing a thing to settle the nerves of his flagship's officers and crew, but standing still was beyond his power. He paused every so often, glaring west and north. The signaling procedures he'd worked out for his combined fleet were more sophisticated than those of most navies, but far inferior to the ones Stainier, Seamount, and Merlin had developed. They simply weren't up to the task of keeping him accurately informed of what was happening, even assuming any of his squadron commanders and captains had truly known in the first place. What he did know was that at least one column of Sharpfield's Chisomian galleys had failed to see, or chosen to ignore, his signal to turn north. It was continuing steadily to the south, taking 1/10 of his total strength with it. And he also knew he could hear the thunder grumble of massed cannon fire, distantly and intermittently, but growing stronger and steadier. The turn to the north had reversed the order of sailing in the columns which had obeyed. Khorasan had been leading her column on its original heading. Now she found herself the last ship in line, which meant the admiral supposedly commanding the fleet was going to be one of the last to find out what in Shan Wei's name was happening. "Your Grace," Blackwater whirled and found himself facing Captain Mergen. "What?" he managed, somehow, not to snap. "Your Grace, the mastheads reported gunfire and heavy smoke to the west and north. I sent Lieutenant Winston to the Crow's Nest for a better evaluation." The flag captain indicated Khorasan's first lieutenant, standing tight-faced at his shoulder, and Blackwater turned to Winston. "Wow," he demanded. "Your Grace, I couldn't see very much to the west, but the smoke extends from about 1 point abaft the port beam to about 1 point forward of the starboard bow." Winston's voice was steady enough, but Blackwater heard the control it took to keep it that way, and he couldn't blame the lieutenant. "Thank you, Master Winston," he said, after a moment, and turned to the aftercastle rail, leaning on it with both hands, while he considered what Winston had said. If the lieutenant's observations were correct, Caleb must indeed have arrived in almost the perfect position. With the current brisk breeze, the far greater sail area of his galleons gave him a marked speed advantage, and he must have split his ships into at least 2 forces. One of them was obviously sweeping south, and if Winston's bearings were accurate, it must already have overtaken the head of Blackwater's most western column, which meant it was probably smashing Mondier's Triton even now. Even worse than that, It was also in a position to start curling around to the east, directly across his original line of advance. That was bad enough, but the smoke to the north was even more frightening. Caleb was casting his net about Blackwater's entire fleet, despite the fact that he must be hugely outnumbered, and if he was already so far east, he'd already cut across at least a third of Blackwater's formation, probably more. The Duke's hands clenched into fists on the rail, and he swore with savage, silent venom. From the speed with which Caleb's galleons were advancing, it was clear no one was even slowing him down. Surprise and the resultant panic could explain a lot of that, possibly even all of it. Yet Blackwater was sickly certain the true reason was far simpler. He remembered again what the Chiresian galleys had done, and the rumble of the galleon's guns came to him on the wind once more. If he continued north, he would be heading directly into those guns, and his own flagship would be one of the last of his vessels to engage. It seemed obvious that Caleb's northern division had the speed to get across in front of him whatever he did, and he could count on the force to his west to sweep in astern of him as well. It was possible his galleys would be able to absorb the galleon's fire and still close with them for a conventional boarding melee, but he doubted it. Even if the galleon's firepower advantage was less than he feared, he could already sense the incipient panic of his personnel, even here, aboard his own flagship. It took courage and determination to close with an enemy under the best of circumstances. Closing through the sort of rapid, rolling broadsides he heard echoing down from the north would require far more determination than usual. Determination his badly shaken officers and men almost certainly no longer had. But there were still the comparative numbers to consider. Even if it proved impossible to bring on the sort of close action which was his galley's only hope of victory, Caleb simply didn't have enough ships to take or destroy all of Blackwater's fleet. Some of them would have to break through, if only because the galleons would be too busy with other victims to stop them. Yet Caleb was in a position to smash every ship he could engage, and Blackwater's own words to Merkin came back to whisper viciously in the back of his brain. You wanted to kill as many as possible of Harald's trained seamen, even if their ships were out of date, he thought. Now Caleb's in a position to do that to you, isn't he? He looked at the sun's position, then back to the northwest. If he held his present course, he would be feeding his ships directly into Caleb's guns by the quickest possible route. He'd be giving Caleb a gift of time. Time to shatter and splinter Blackwater's galleys as they closed on him. Time for him to pursue anyone who managed to break past him. Time for Harald to bring his own galleys sweeping up from the south behind Blackwater. But if the Duke turned southeast himself, made directly for Silver Strait, he'd be headed away from both of Caleb's divisions. A stern chase was always a long chase, he reminded himself, even if the pursuer did have a significant speed advantage, and if he could stay away from Caleb until nightfall, then order his remaining ships to scatter and evade pursuit individually. Yet turning away from Caleb would give Harald an opportunity to intercept him, assuming the king reacted quickly enough. Still, Harald's galleys were a known quantity, and surely Blackwater still had the strength to fight his way through anything Harald might manage to put into his path. Besides, he told himself grimly, his galleys aren't those Langhorn-damned galleons. The men are less likely to panic at the thought of taking him on. Captain Mergen, he said, turning from the rail to face the flag captain. Merlin watched yet another ship stagger as Dreadnought's first broadside ripped into her. The sight was becoming horrifically familiar, like some infinitely repeating act of butchery. The galley's sweeps flailed wildly as the round shot slammed home among her rowers, and bits and pieces of her hull flew lazily through the air until they hit the water in white feathers of spray. He looked away, concentrating once again on the Snark's overhead imagery, and stiffened. Then he turned quickly to Caleb. The prince stood beside Captain Manther, his young face bleak as he watched his flagship's guns slaughtering yet another crew. Caleb. Caleb turned at the sound of his name, and Merlin leaned closer. Blackwater's changed his mind, he said, speaking as quietly as he could and still be heard. He's turning his columns back around, heading southeast. Silver Strait, Caleb said flatly. Exactly, Merlin agreed, and his expression was grim. Caleb raised an eyebrow as his tone registered, and Merlin grimaced. Your father obviously anticipated what Blackwater might do. He's already heading to cut them off short of the strait. Caleb's eyes widened, then they narrowed in comprehension, and he sucked in a deep breath and nodded. Not in approval, or even in simple comprehension of what Merlin had just told him. He nodded in decision and turned sharply to his flag captain. Captain Manther, we'll alter course to the south, if you please. General signal, engage the enemy more closely. Your Grace, the Charisian galleys are standing directly into our path, Captain Mergen said harshly. Blackwater looked up from the chart before him. The flag captain stood in the chart-room door, and his expression was concerned. The Duke didn't blame him. The fleet's formation had become badly disordered when he turned it around yet again. The columns were still sorting themselves out, or attempting to, although the Chizomian units didn't seem to be trying all that hard to obey his orders. Several of them seemed to have creatively misconstrued, or simply ignored, his signals, depriving him of still more desperately needed strength. He was scarcely in the best possible condition for a general engagement with Harald's fleet, and he'd hoped to break past the king before Harald realized what he was about. Obviously that wasn't going to happen. Still, he had at least 100 galleys still under his own command, and Harald had only 70. Let's go on deck, he said quietly to Mergen, and the flag captain stood aside, then followed him out of the chart-room. The Duke blinked in the bright sunlight. It was just past noon. The long-running battle had raged for over 8 hours now, and his jaw tightened as he heard the continuing rumble of artillery from astern. It seemed to be growing louder, and he smiled grimly. Caleb couldn't know exactly what his father was doing, but it was evident that the Charisian crown prince understood the importance of staying close on a fleeing enemy's heels. Blackwater looked up at the sky, then forward, to where a forest of galley masts and sails loomed almost directly ahead. Even as he watched, sails were being furled and yards were being lowered, and he bared his teeth as he recognized the traditional challenge to a fight to the finish. Part of him wanted nothing more than to give Harald exactly that. But if he did, Caleb would close in from behind, and by this time the Charisian galleys and galleons combined would actually outnumber the ships actually still under Blackwater's command. His earlier huge numerical advantage had evaporated, and a general engagement, especially with those galleons added to the fray, could result only in his defeat. "We'll hold our course, Captain Mergen," he said calmly. "Don't reduce sail." "They're going to try to break right past us, Your Majesty," Captain Trevethan said. "What they try to do and what they actually do may turn out to be two different things, Dinzel," Harald said calmly. The king stood on royal terrace after castle, watching the clutter of enemy galleys bearing down upon his own fleet. Unlike the 4 long, disordered lines of Blackwater's fleet, Harald's was formed into a dozen shorter, more compact columns of a single squadron each, and despite himself, the king felt something almost like satisfaction. He was far too intelligent not to recognize the enormous advantages Merlin's changes had conferred upon his navy. But the Royal Charisian Navy and the ferocity and deadly skill of the Charisian Marines had made themselves the terror of their enemies long before Merlin and his new artillery ever came along. This would be a battle in the old style, possibly the last one, and Harald had grown up in the old school. His flagship led her own squadron, but the King of Cheris had no business in the first crushing embrace of battle, especially not of the sort of battle Charisian galleys fought. "General signal, Dinzel," he said as Blackwater's fleeing squadrons bore down upon him. "Close action." Blackwater's eastern column had drawn well ahead of the others, Now its lead galleys crunched into the Charisian formation like a battering ram. That was what it might have looked like, to the uninformed observer at least. But what actually happened was that the Charisian squadrons swarmed forward like krakens closing in on a pod of narwhals. Traditional Charisian naval tactics were built uncompromisingly on ferocity and speed. Charisian Marines knew they were the finest naval infantry, the only professional naval infantry, in the world, and Charisian squadron commanders were trained to bring their ships slashing in on any opponent as a unit. Admiral Lock Island's flagship led the first assault, crashing alongside one of Blackwater's Coruscantians. Telesburg's port oars lifted and swung inboard with machine-like precision as Lock Island's flag captain smashed his ship's side into the smaller, more lightly built galley Foam like a battering ram. Foam's mast snapped at the impact, thundering down across her deck. Hull seams started, spurting water, and Telesburg's port guns fired into the mass of fallen cordage and canvas as she ground down Foam's side. Lock Island's flagship swung clear, her sweeps snapped back out, and she gathered fresh momentum as she hurtled down on Foam's consort Halberd. Behind Telesburg, HMS Battleaxe hammered Foam with her own artillery, then launched herself at the Coruscantian warrior. Telesburg slammed into Halberd almost as violently as she'd collided with Foam. Halberd's mast didn't quite come down, but the smaller, lighter galley staggered under the impact, and dozens of grappling irons arced out from the Charisian ship. They bit into Halberd's bulwarks, and the first Charisian Marines swarmed across onto the Coruscantian's deck behind the high, quavering howl of their war cry. No one who'd survived hearing that sound ever forgot it, and the well-earned terror of the Royal Charisian Marines was borne upon its wings. Most of the new muskets and bayonets had gone to Caleb's galleons, but Telesburg's Marines didn't seem to mind. They swept across Halberd in a tidal wave whose very ferocity disguised its intense discipline and training. Boarding pikes stabbed, cutlasses and boarding axes chopped, and the first rush carried Halberd's entire waist. But then Halberd's company rallied. Matchlocks and wolves fired down into the melee from aftercastle and forecastle, killing and wounding dozens of the Marines. Coruscantian soldiers countercharged with the power of desperation, slamming into the borders violently enough to throw even Charisians back on their heels. For a few minutes the tide of combat swirled back and forth, first this way, then that, as men hacked at one another in a frenzy of destruction and slaughter. Then Telesburg's consort, Sword of Tyrian, came thundering along Halberd's other side, and a fresh wave of Charisian Marines overwhelmed the defenders. Duke Blackwater watched bleakly as his fleeing galleys merged with their Charisian opponents. It wasn't working. His jaw muscles ached as he recognized that. His own column, the westernmost of them all, had fallen perhaps a mile and a half behind the others, but he could see what was happening. The tangle of colliding galleys, as the Charisians flung themselves bodily upon the ships of his first two columns, was simply too thick for him to cut his way through them. As the second and third and fourth galleys in each long, unwieldy column caught up with the leaders, they were unable, or in some cases unwilling, to avoid the knots of vessels which were already grappled together. Some of them tried to, but there always seemed to be another compact Charisian column waiting, another Charisian galley perfectly placed to crash alongside them, grapple them, add them to the steadily growing barricade of timber, stabbing steel and blood. It was like watching autumn leaves swirl down a racing stream until they encountered a fallen branch and, suddenly, found themselves piling up, heaping together into a solid mass. And even as Harald's fleet threw itself in front of him, he heard Caleb's guns growing louder and louder behind him as the galleons began savaging the rearmost ships of his own column. He glared at the tangle of ships, fallen masts, smoke, banners, and wreckage, and saw the complete and total failure of his entire campaign. But then, to one side of the main engagement, he saw a single Charisian squadron, and his eyes flamed as he recognized the banner it flew. The way his column had fallen a little behind the others was what had allowed Caleb to get at its rearmost units. but it also meant his flagship and the galleys behind it hadn't yet been swept into the general melee. Most of Harald's galleys had, however, and Blackwater's lips drew back from his teeth. He grabbed Captain Mergan's shoulder and pointed at the royal standard of Cheris. "There," he snarled. "There's your target, Kevin." Captain Trevethan saw the line of Coruscandian galleys sweeping down upon royal Cheris. There were at least 15 ships in the column. He couldn't be certain of the exact number. There was too much smoke, and there was no question that they'd recognized the royal standard. The rest of the flagship's squadron saw the enemy almost as soon as he did, and Ormaster's drums went to a more urgent tempo as the other 5 galleys swept forward, charging around royal Cheris to intercept the attack. Trevethan glanced at his king and half opened his mouth, but Harald only looked back steadily, and the flag captain closed it once more. "Better," Harald said with a thin smile, then nodded at the oncoming Coruscandians. "If these people get past us, there's no one left to stop them." "I realize that, Your Majesty," Trevethan said, "but I hope you'll forgive me for saying that I think you're worth more to Cheris than all of those ships put together." "I appreciate the compliment, Dinzel, but no one man is essential, and victory is. And not just victory, either. This war's only just beginning. Whatever happens here today, and our ability to control the sea is the only thing which may let us survive. We need a victory so complete, so crushing, the next admiral to think about fighting us will be half defeated in his own mind before he ever leaves port. So devastating our men will know they can do anything, defeat anyone, no matter what the odds. And we need an example that will make them willing to fight at any odds. That's more important than the life of any one man, even a king. Do you understand me?" Trevethan looked into his king's eyes for a moment, and then he bowed. "Yes, Your Majesty," he said steadily. "I understand." Dreadnought overtook another galley. Devastation had fallen astern, but destruction had outsailed her and forged up almost abreast of the fleet flagship, and the two of them had spread further apart. Destruction lay further to the east than Dreadnought, passing down the galley Scimitar's port side, and her starboard guns thundered. Dreadnought was still a ship's length ahead of her consort, and her port guns smashed in the galley's starboard side. A few of her shots missed, 2 of them whipping across Destruction's bows at dangerously close range, but the concentrated fire, crashing in on Scimitar simultaneously from both sides, was devastating. Caleb glared at the crippled hulk as the Coruscandian flag came down. Dreadnought's gunners were too exhausted to raise a cheer this time, and ammunition was getting low. The gunner was almost out of made-up cartridges, and Captain Manther had detailed a long chain of Marines to pass more round shot up from the shot lockers. Despite that, the Crown Prince already knew Cheris had won a crushing victory this day. He knew that, yet he fretted inside like a caged slash-lizard as Manther tried to wring still more speed out of the flagship. Caleb's own squadron, more than a little disordered as the faster ships, like Destruction, overtook and passed the slower ones in front of them, but still intact, was closing rapidly on Duke Blackwater's fugitives. To the north, Staynair had wreaked dreadful havoc upon the western half of Blackwater's original fleet, and over 20 Chizomian galleys had surrendered with only minimal resistance. At least a few determined Emeraldian and Coruscandian captains had managed to evade both squadrons of Caleb's galleons in the smoke and confusion, and break north successfully. There weren't more than a double handful of them, however, and at least 2/3 of the ships still with Blackwater were locked in melee with the galleys of his father's fleet. Only 30 or so Coruscandians still had any hope of escape. They were trying to break around the western edge of the huge, confused hand-to-hand fight raging between their consorts and the main body of the king's fleet. Caleb and his squadron were on their heels, already engaging their rearmost units, but some of them might yet win free. Except for the 6 Cheresian galleys steering to meet them head-on. Blackwater looked astern. He could see the topgallants of the nearest galleons now, looming above the smoke. They were still well astern, but they were coming up fast, and there was plenty of daylight left. His mouth was a hard, thin line as he glanced at Captain Mergan, and he saw the same knowledge in the flag captain's eyes.
"At least we can take a few more of them with us," the Duke said grimly, and Mergan nodded.
HMS Queen Jessica charged to meet Khorasan as Blackwater's flagship led the attack. Queen Jessica's captain judged relative positions and motion carefully, steering to lay his ship hard alongside the Khorasandian flagship. But Captain Mergan stood tensely beside his helmsman, judging those same motions with equal care. The two ships came together with a closing speed of at least 15 knots, with Queen Jessica angling slightly to leeward, and Mergan showed his teeth in a thin little smile. He watched the Charisian unwaveringly, waiting for the moment when the other galley shipped its port oars. That would be the instant when her captain committed, and Mergan waited. "Now!" he barked, and his helmsman put his helm alee. Khorasan turned sharply, not downwind into the Charisian, but upwind, away from her. Queen Jessica tried to compensate, following her around, but the Charisian captain had expected an opponent under sail to turn with the wind, not against it. He still managed a glancing contact with Khorasan's port quarter, and at least a dozen grappling irons slammed across the gap, but the momentum of 2,000+ tons of wooden galleys moving in different directions snapped the iron's lines like thread. Khorasan staggered, and timbers screamed as her quarter gallery was smashed in, and 25 feet of the aftercastle's bulwark went with it. 5 of the army troopers put aboard as Marines were killed, crushed by the same impact which demolished the bulwark, and at least another half-dozen crewmen were injured. 2 planks were stove in below the waterline, and water began gushing into her hold. But her mast held. She was still under way, and Mergan's crisp orders brought her quickly back under control. She was past the rest of Royal Cherys's squadron, and King Harald's flagship lay almost dead ahead, rushing to meet her. Harald watched the other 5 galleys of his squadron as the hammer blow came down. Khorasan might have gotten past Queen Jessica, but the next 7 galleys in line were all intercepted. HMS Rock Shoal Bay sideswiped the galley behind Khorasan, crashing into her hard enough to bring down her mast, then staggered directly across the path of Confederate, the 3rd ship in Blackwater's line. Galleys might no longer mount rams, but Confederate's bows slammed into Rock Shoal Bay like an axe, cutting a third of the way through the bigger Charisian ship in a dreadful rending, tearing crunch of shattered timbers. Mortally wounded, Rock Shoal Bay began to fill rapidly, leaning against her opponent and trapping Confederate's bow in the wound it had torn. At least 30 of Rock Shoal Bay's rowers were killed by the impact, and dozens more of them were injured, many hideously. Their companions struggled to pull them out of the inrushing water as their ship began to settle, but the Charisian gunners fired a deadly salvo of grape shot down the length of Confederate's deck, and Rock Shoal Bay's howling Marines charged across onto the other ship in an unstoppable flood of edged, thrusting steel. Queen Jessica recovered way quickly after her grazing collision with Khorasan and swerved to meet the oncoming harpoon. This time Queen Jessica made no mistake, turning neatly onto the same heading as her intended victim and allowing harpoon to run up alongside her. Grappling irons flew a second time, and this time the 2 ships were headed in the same direction. They ground together, timbers groaning and shuddering under the impact, and another tide of Charisian Marines streamed across onto Harpoon's decks. The other 3 Charisian galleys, Sand Island, Margaret's Land, and King Timothy, picked their own opponents with care. They each crashed into their chosen victim, deliberately fouling the enemy column's line of advance, and at least 2 more Khorasandian ships plowed into the sudden roadblock which had materialized before them. But Khorasan was already past them, and 18 more galleys were streaming down upon them. This time Khorasan's mast went down. Captain Mergan's ship slammed alongside Royal Cherys with a rending, grinding shriek of timbers. Grappling irons flew in both directions, matchlocks, wolves, and cannon thundered, and men screamed and died. Harald's flagship had replaced her original broadside falcons with carronades, and the carnage they wreaked splashed Khorasan's decks with blood. Royal Cheris Marines had been issued the new flintlocks as well, and a deadly volley added its share to the butchery. For a moment it looked as if the battle had been decided in that single cataclysmic moment, but then Blackwater leapt up onto the after-castle bulwark, drawn sword flashing in his hand. "After me, lads," he bellowed, and a savage roar of anger went up from Khorasan, overpowering even the screams of the wounded. The Duke leapt across the gap between the two ships, landing all alone in an open spot where one of Khorasan's own guns had heaped the Cheresians in a mangled pile of bodies. His boots slipped on the blood-slick deck, and he sprawled backward, which undoubtedly saved his life. The closest Cheresian Marines were still turning towards him when the rush of additional boarders from Khorasan swept over him. His surviving soldiers and seamen abandoned their own ship, hurling themselves across onto Harald's flagship, half crazed with terror, desperation, and a fiery determination to reach the man whose standard Royal Cheris flew. They slammed into the defenders like a human tidal wave, and even Cheresian Marines were forced to give ground before such fury. The attackers drove clear across Royal Cheris' waist. Then most of them turned aft, fighting their way towards the after-castle, while the remainder tried to hold off the Marines counter-attacking from the forecastle. The battle swayed desperately back and forth for several endless minutes, but Khorasan's people had taken too many casualties before they ever closed, and Cheresian Marines were simply the best in the world at this sort of fight. They regained the momentum Blackwater's reckless gallantry and courage had won, and drove the Khorasandians steadily back. And then, suddenly, the Khorasandian galley Seacrest came crashing in on Khorasan's disengaged side, and a fresh tide of attackers flooded across Blackwater's flagship, using her like a bridge, and hurled themselves into the fray. Caleb Armag's face was a mask of grim, savage determination as Dreadnought drove into the rear of the disintegrating Khorasandian column. He could see the tangled knot of intermixed Cheresian and Khorasandian galleys coming up quickly on Dreadnought's port bow, but at least 3 more enemy ships had evaded the massed melee. They were charging down on his father's flagship, already engaged with 2 opponents. There was no need for him to exhort Captain Manther to greater efforts. That was Caleb's father up there, but it was also Gwillem Manther's king, and Merlin, standing behind the 2 of them, could almost physically feel Manther leaning forward, as if to add his own weight to the wind driving his ship. Yet they could only move so quickly, and Dreadnought's guns blazed on either broadside. The only way to reach Royal Cheris was directly through the Khorasandian ships in front of them, and Manther took his galleon in among them under full sail, as if she'd been a 10-meter sloop at a racing regatta back on old Earth. Guns fired at ranges as low as 20 yards, flintlocks barked, swivels banged from the fighting tops, and return fire came back from Khorasandian wolves, matchlocks, and cannon. At that range, even the slow-firing Khorasandian artillery could inflict dreadful wounds, and one of Dreadnought's main-deck guns took a round shot almost directly on its muzzle. The entire gun and carriage flew backward, the gun tube flipping up like a terrestrial dolphin standing on its tail. Then it crashed down like a 2-ton hammer, crushing the members of its crew who hadn't been killed outright by the round shot into gruel. A section of hammock nettings flew apart as a charge of grapeshot blew through the tightly rolled hammocks stowed there to stop bullets and splinters. Those hammocks had never been intended to stop grapeshot, though, and the deadly missiles killed 6 Marines and 3 seamen and wounded 5 others. Screams told of other casualties, and a round shot chewed a splinter-fringed bite out of the mainmast. But Dreadnought's gunners ignored the carnage around them. It wasn't simply courage, nor training. It was also exhaustion. They'd been reduced to automatons, so focused on what they were doing that nothing else was really quite real. "Fall back! Fall back to the after-castle!" Captain Trevethan's desperate order cut through the chaos as yet another Khorasandian galley, the Doom Whale, surged alongside Royal Cheris. His ship was bigger than any of its opponents, with a larger crew and more marines, but no less than 5 of the Coruscandians had managed to get to grips with him. The enemy had completely overwhelmed the defenders of Royal Cheris, forward third. Perhaps half his marines and a quarter of his seamen were still on their feet aft of the forward hatch, but they were being driven back, step by bloody step, by an ever-mounting flood of enemies. Denzil Trevethin watched their stubborn retreat, and his eyes were desperate, not with fear for himself, but for the king who stood behind him. "Hold the ladders!" he shouted. "Hold—" A musket ball from one of Doomwell's embarked musketeers struck him at the base of the throat. It flung him backwards, and he went down choking on his own blood as the boots of desperately fighting men stamped all about him. "The king," he thought. "The king." And then he died. Dreadnought passed down the leeward side of another galley. Her guns savaged the fresh target, and she shuddered as more shots slammed back in reply. Her fore-topgallant mast quivered as its shrouds were shot away, then toppled slowly forward to hang like a broken cross, canvas billowing. But then she was past her enemies, her gun ports streaming smoke, as she bore down on the galleys grappled to Royal Cheris at last. "Lay us alongside," Caleb snapped, drawing the sword Merlin had given him, and his eyes blazed coldly. Duke Blackwater stared about wildly. The crews of his galleys were hopelessly intermixed. All unit organization had disappeared into the indescribable confusion of savage hand-to-hand combat, but he found himself briefly behind the battle, driving steadily aft. He didn't understand why he was still alive. His breastplate was battered and scarred from blows he scarcely remembered, and his sword was red to the hilt with the blood of men he hardly recalled killing. He could hear the ongoing thunder of artillery even over the screams and shouts around him, and as he turned to look up into the north, he saw Caleb's galleons bursting out of the smoke and confusion at last. They hadn't fought their way through his entire fleet unscathed. He saw missing topmasts and sails pocked and torn by splinters and round shot, saw broken rigging blowing on the wind, saw shot holes in the bulwarks and sides, saw bodies lying across hammock nettings and hanging in their fighting tops. But they were still there, still intact, their gun ports still streaming smoke, and he bared his teeth in hatred. He snarled, then began pushing his way through the men about him, elbowing them aside as he forced his way towards Royal Cheris' beleaguered after-castle. A musket ball screamed off Harald Armag's breastplate as he leaned on the half-pike for support with his left hand. He grunted and staggered under the rib-snapping impact, but the ball whined away, leaving not even a dent, only a smear of lead, on Merlin's gift to mark its passing. He held his feet, and his right hand drove his sword into the chest of a Coruscandian seaman trying to claw his way up the ladder from the main deck. The man fell back with a bubbling scream, blood spraying from his mouth and nose, and Harald grunted at the fresh stab of pain from his bad knee as he recovered. Sergeant Gardaner dropped his own opponent with a two-handed blow, and then shoved the king unceremoniously aside, taking his place at the head of the ladder. Harald grimaced, but he knew better than to argue, and he fell back, panting heavily as he watched his bodyguards back. The after-castle was an isolated island of resistance, and it couldn't hold much longer. Harald hadn't seen Trevethin die, but he'd seen the captain's body, along with those of at least 3 of Royal Cheris' lieutenants. Midshipman Marshall was down as well, lying across the body of Major Burke, the commander of the flagship's Marines. Gardaner was the last of Harald's guardsmen still on his feet, and the knot of defenders around the king was contracting steadily under the unremitting savagery of their attackers. Midshipman Applin stood beside him, his face pale and tight with terror, yet the boy's eyes were determined, and he clutched a seaman's cutlass in both hands, like a two-handed sword. He hovered there, as if trapped between the compulsion to fling himself forward and the desperate need to live, and Harald released his grip on the half-pike to grip the boy's shoulder instead. Applin jerked as if he'd just been stabbed, then whipped around to look up at his king. "Stay with me, Master Applin," Harald said. "We'll have work enough soon." dreadnought smashed into the tangle of grappled galleys. Gwillem Manther wasn't worrying about damage to his ship. Not now. He refused to reduce sail until the very last moment, and wood splintered and screamed as he drove his ship squarely into Doom Whale's starboard side. Dreadnought's bowsprit loomed over the galley's waist, driving forward until her jibboom shattered against Royal Cherris' taller side. Her cutwater sliced into Doom Whale's hull, crushing timbers and frames. Her entire foremast, already weakened by the topgallant mast's fall and 2 other hits just above deck level, toppled forward, crashing across her target in an avalanche of shattered wood, torn cordage, and canvas. The Marines and seamen in the foremast fighting top went with it, and the main topgallant mast and topmast came toppling down as well. Men stumbled, fell, went to their knees as the impact slammed through both ships. Others were crushed by the falling masts, but then every one of Dreadnought's surviving Marines was back on his feet. They stormed forward, dodging through the broken spars and rigging, muskets firing, and crashed into the backs of Khorassandian boarders, still pushing towards Royal Cherris. Gleaming bayonets thrust savagely, then withdrew, shining red, and Marine boots trampled the bodies underfoot as they drove furiously onward. Even as the Marines charged, Merlin went bounding forward along the starboard hammock nettings, katana in one hand, wakizashi in the other. Caleb, Arnold, Falcon, and the prince's other bodyguards charged on his heels, but they were merely human, and he left them far behind. Most of the wreckage had gone to port, and the 2 or 3 seamen who got in his way might as well have stood in the path of a charging dragon. They went flying as he slammed past them, and then he launched himself in a prodigious leap across at least 25 feet of trapped water, churning in the triangle between the 2 locked hulls. He landed all alone on Doom Whale's deck amid a solid mass of Khorassandians. 3 of them had seen him coming and managed to turn around in time to face him, which made them the first to die. Sergeant Gardanner went down with a pike head in his thigh. He pitched forward to the main deck, and the swords and boarding axes were waiting as he fell. Howling Khorassandians stormed up the ladder he'd held, and the remaining handful of Cheresians fell back to the after rail, forming a final desperate ring around their king. For a fleeting instant there was a gap between them and their enemies as the Khorassandians funneled up the 2 ladders they'd finally taken. Harald had lost his helmet somewhere along the way, and the wind was cold on his sweat-soaked hair. He and Midshipman Aplin were the only officers still on their feet, and he heard his last defender's harsh, gasping exhaustion. He looked at their enemies, and for a moment he considered yielding to save his men's lives. But then he saw the madness in the Khorassandians' eyes. They were in the grip of the killing rage which had brought them this far. Even if they realized he was trying to offer his surrender, they would probably refuse to accept it. I ought to come up with something noble to say. The thought flashed through his brain, and to his own amazement he actually chuckled. Aplin heard it and glanced up at him, and Harald smiled down at the white-faced boy. "Never mind, Master Aplin," he said almost gently. "I'll explain later." And then the Khorassandians charged. Merlin Athrawis crossed Doom Whale in an explosion of bodies, then vaulted up onto Royal Cherris' deck and charged aft, killing as he came. The Khorassandians who found themselves in his path had no concept of what they faced. Very few of them had time to realize that they didn't. He was quite literally a killing machine, a whirling vortex of impossibly sharp steel driven by the strength of 10 mortal men. His blades cut through flesh, armor, pike shafts, and cutlasses, and no one could face him and live. Bodies and pieces of bodies flew away from him in spraying patterns of blood and severed limbs, and he went through his enemies like an avalanche, more hampered by their corpses than by their weapons. But there were hundreds of those enemies between him and Royal Cherris after Castle. Caleb couldn't follow Merlin's leap. No one could have, but he and his bodyguards continued their own charge along the hammock nettings. Faircaster managed to get in front of the prince somehow, and the burly marine led the way onto Doom Whale. The Marines already aboard the galley recognized the prince and his bodyguards, and they redoubled their efforts, fighting to stay between him and his enemies. They failed. Caleb Faircaster and Arnold Falcon were the point of the Cheresian wedge, hammering its way across Doomwell to Royal Cherus, and the sword Merlin had called Excalibur flashed in the Crown Prince's hand as it tasted blood for the first time. The Coruscandians hit the thin ring of marines and seamen protecting Harald. For a few incredible moments the defenders held, throwing back their enemies, but then one or two of them went down, and Coruscandians flooded through the gaps. The Cheresians gave ground. They had to. They broke up into small knots, fighting back to back, dying, still trying desperately to protect the king. Harald braced himself against the after rail, bad knee afire with the anguish of supporting his weight, and his sword hissed. He cut down an attacking seaman, then grunted under a hammer-blow impact as a Coruscandian soldier swung the spiked beak back of a boarding axe into his chest with both hands. That awl-like spike was specifically designed to punch through armor, but it rebounded, leaving his breastplate unmarked, and the Coruscandian gawked in disbelief as Harald's sword drove through his throat. He fell aside, and for a moment there was a gap in front of the king. He looked up and saw a Coruscandian with a steel-bowed arbalist. Somehow the man had actually managed to respan the weapon before he leapt up onto the after-castle bulwark. Now he aimed directly at Harald. "Your Majesty!" Hector Applin had seen the arbalist as well. Before Harald could move, the boy had flung himself in front of him, offering his own body to protect his king. "No!" Harald shouted. He released the after rail. His left hand darted out and caught the back of Applin's tunic, and he whirled, yanking the midshipman back and spinning to interpose the backplate of his cuirass. The arbalist bolt struck him squarely in the back and screamed aside, baffled by the battle-steel plate. He felt its hammering impact, then gasped with pain as something else bit into his right thigh just above the knee. "At least it's not the good leg." The thought flashed through his mind as he turned back towards the fight. The Coruscandian seaman who'd wounded him drew back his boarding pike with a snarl, shortening for another thrust. But Applin hurled himself past Harald with a sob. The slightly built boy darted in below the pike, driving his cutlass with both hands, and the Coruscandian screamed as the blade opened his belly. He collapsed, clutching at the mortal wound, and Applin staggered back beside the king. They were the only two Cheresians still on their feet, and Harald thrust desperately into the chest of a seaman coming at Applin from the right, even as the sobbing midshipman slashed at another Coruscandian, threatening the king from his left. The boy cried out as a sword cut into his left shoulder. He nearly fell, but he kept his feet, still slashing with the heavy cutlass. A sword cut bounced off Harald's mail sleeve, and the king slashed that seaman aside as well, yet he felt himself weakening as blood pumped down his right leg. Some instinct warned the Coruscandian soldier at the top of Royal Cherus' starboard after-castle ladder. His head turned, and he had one instant to gape at the blood-soaked apparition which had suddenly vaulted all the way from the deck below to the bulwark beside him. Then he died as a battle-steel katana went through his neck in a fan of blood. "Cherus!" Merlin's deep voice boomed the battle cry, cutting through all of the other noises, and then he was onto the after-castle itself. One or two of the men facing him managed to launch defensive blows of their own. He ignored them, letting them rebound from his armor as he hacked his way towards the king. "Cherus!" He carved a corridor of bodies through the Coruscandians, sapphire eyes merciless, katana and wakizashi trailing sprays of blood, and panic spread from him like a plague. And then, somehow, he was through the final barrier between him and Harald. He whirled, facing back the way he'd come, and for a long, breathless moment not one of the 40 or 50 Coruscandians still on the after-castle dared to attack. Behind him, Harald went to his left knee, sword drooping, and Applin thrust himself in front of the king. "Take him, you fools!" a voice shouted, and the Duke of Blackwater shouldered through the frozen ranks of his surviving boarders. His armor was hacked and battered, and he bled from half a dozen shallow cuts of his own. His sword's point dribbled tears of blood, and his eyes were mad, but his hoarse voice crackled with passion.
"Take him!" he bellowed again and charged. His men howled and followed him, hammering straight at Merlin, and Merlin met them with a storm of steel. He never moved. His feet might have been bolted to the bloody planking, and his eyes never blinked. Blackwater had one instant to realize he faced something totally beyond his experience, and then he too went down under Merlin's merciless steel. At least a dozen more of his men fell to the same blades. Most of them never even had the chance to scream. They were like a stream of water, hurling itself against a boulder, only to splash from its unyielding strength. No man could enter Merlin's reach and live, and after 10 shrieking seconds of slaughter, the survivors drew back in terror from the breastwork of bodies he'd built before the wounded king of Cheris. Hector Applin felt something touch the back of his leg. He whirled, cutlass raised, then froze. It had been the king's hand, and Applin's eyes widened in horror as he saw the steadily spreading pool of blood around him. "Your Majesty!" The boy fell to his knees, eyes searching frantically for the king's wound, but Harold shook his head. The motion was terrifyingly weak. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty," the bleeding young midshipman sobbed. "I'm sorry. You shouldn't have pulled me out of the way." "Nonsense," the king said. His voice was weak as his life flowed out of him with the blood still pumping from the deep wound in his thigh. "It's a king's duty to die for his subjects, Master Applin." "No!" Applin shook his head. "Yes," Harold said. It was amazing, a distant corner of his mind thought. There was no pain any more, not even from his knee. Not physical pain, at any rate. And he reached out an arm, which had become impossibly heavy, and put it around the weeping boy rocking on his knees beside him. About the child who had become so important to him, and for whom he might yet do one more service, as a king should. "Yes," he whispered, leaning forward until his forehead touched Applin's. "Yes, it is. And it's a subject's duty to serve his new king, Hector. Can you do that for me?" "Yes," the boy whispered back through his tears. "Yes, Your Majesty." "It's been an honor, Master Applin," Harold Armagh murmured, and then his eyes closed. He slumped forward against Applin, and the boy wrapped his arms around him, put his face down on his armored shoulder, and sobbed. April, Year of God, 892. 1. Royal Palace, Trangier. King Gorja III's expression was stony as Edmund Rustman, the Baron of Stonekeep, stepped into the council chamber. "You sent for me, Your Majesty?" Stonekeep said calmly, keeping his face expressionless, despite the other 2 men already waiting with the king. Baron Whiteford sat on Gorja's left, but the Earl of Thirsk sat to the king's right, in the place of honor. "Yes, I did," Gorja said, and his voice was much colder than Stonekeep's had been. "Be seated." The king pointed at the chair at the far end of the council table, and the tall, silver-haired Stonekeep seated himself in it, then cocked his head interrogatively. "How may I serve you, Your Majesty?" he asked. Gorja glowered at the man who was both his first counselor and the man in charge of his own spies. Under normal circumstances, Stonekeep was one of the very few men who enjoyed the king's near-total confidence, which made him far too valuable to sacrifice. But these circumstances were far from normal, and Gorja wondered just how clearly the Baron understood that. "I've just been discussing certain matters with Earl Thirsk," the king said coolly. "In particular, he's been kind enough to share with me what Prince Caleb had to say to him just before he put him ashore on Armageddon Reef." Stonekeep simply nodded silently, but his eyes were intent. Thirsk's arrival in Trangier was hardly a secret from him, although the rest of the court had yet to discover it. King Gorja's senior counselors had known for almost 2 5-days, ever since Whiteford's King Gorja II had limped back into port, that Caleb had managed to intercept the combined fleet off Armageddon Reef with disastrous consequences.
Stonekeep had argued successfully in favor of keeping that news to themselves until they knew precisely how disastrous those consequences might have been. Apparently, they'd been even more disastrous than Stonekeep had feared from Whiteford's initial reports. Caleb, Gorgia continued, pronouncing the name as if it were a curse, took and destroyed every ship remaining under Earl Thirsk's command. It would seem the 6 galleys which have so far returned, and the single store ship upon which Earl Thirsk sailed to Trangier, are the only survivors of the entire combined fleet. This time, despite all of Stonekeep's formidable self-control, he blanched. The question which exercises my mind at this particular moment, the king said, is precisely how Caleb and Harald managed this miraculous interception of theirs. Would you have any thoughts on that subject, Edmund? Whiteford simply looked at the first councillor thoughtfully, but Thirsk's eyes could have bored holes in a block of stone, which, coupled with the fact that the Dolaran was present at all for what was becoming an increasingly unpleasant conversation, warned Stonekeep that things were about to get ugly. Or perhaps more ugly. Your Majesty, he said reasonably, I'm not a naval man. The deployment and utilization of fleets is far beyond my own area of competence. I'm sure Baron Whiteford or Earl Thirsk is far better qualified than I am to suggest answers to your question. A slight flicker in Whiteford's eyes and the tightening of Thirsk's mouth suggested he might have chosen a better response. Interestingly enough, Gorgia said, smiling thinly, Gavin, the Earl, and I have already discussed that point. According to them, Caleb couldn't possibly have done it. Stonekeep considered that for a moment, then looked Gorgia straight in the eye. Your Majesty, I can only assume from what you've said, and the fact that you've said it to me, that you believe I may have been in some way responsible for what happened. So far as I know, however, I had virtually nothing to do with any of the decisions about the fleet's organization or movement. I'm afraid I'm at something of a loss to understand how I might have contributed to this disaster. What might almost have been a shadow of grudging respect flickered across Thirsk's face. Gorgia, however, only regarded Stonekeep coldly for several seconds. Then the king gestured at the Dolaran admiral. According to Prince Caleb, he said, Harald's known our plans for months. His failure to mobilize his reserve galleys, his assistance request under the treaty, were both ruses. In fact, Caleb must have already sailed by the time Harald's messages arrived here in Trangier. Both Baron Whiteford and Earl Thirsk have confirmed to me that Caleb couldn't possibly have reached Armageddon Reef when he did, unless that were true. So I think we must assume Caleb knew what he was talking about. Wouldn't you agree, Edmund? It certainly sounds that way, Your Majesty, Stonekeep said cautiously. Of course, as I said, my own familiarity with such matters is limited. I'm sure it is. The king's smile was even thinner than before. The problem, however, is just how Harald came by that information, and according to Caleb, he got it from us. Stonekeep's belly seemed to tie itself into a knot, and he felt sweat breaking out under his kerchief. Your Majesty, he said after a mouth-drying second or two, I don't see how that could be possible. I'm sure you don't, Gorgia said. I understand now why you summoned me, the Baron said, speaking as calmly as he could, despite the king's tone. And I also understand why Earl Thirsk is as angry as he appears to be. But I literally don't see how it could be possible. Why not? Gorgia asked coldly. Because so far as I'm aware, no one outside this council chamber at this very moment, aside from 1 or 2 of Baron Whiteford's subordinates, knew where the fleets were to rendezvous, or what route they would follow from the rendezvous to Cheris.
For that matter, I didn't know the route." Gorgia's eyes flickered, and Stonekeep permitted himself a tiny sliver of relief. But Thirsk shook his head. "Baron Stonekeep," he said, "someone must have known and passed that information on to Cheris. As a foreigner here in Taro, I have no idea who that someone might have been, but the timing indicates that Taro is the only possible source. No one else could have told them in time for them to get their fleet into position to intercept us." "Forgive me, my lord," Stonekeep replied, "but unless I'm very much mistaken, King Ronald and his court knew about this proposed operation long before anyone here in Taro did." "But we didn't know the rendezvous point or the course we were to steer after it until just before our fleet actually departed," Thirsk said. "And there wasn't time for that information to reach Harald from Dolar early enough for him to respond this way." "I see." Stonekeep managed to maintain his outward aplomb, but it wasn't easy. "As for the exact route we followed after the rendezvous," Whiteford said, speaking for the first time, and sounding as if he truly wished he didn't have to, "I'm afraid someone as experienced as Harald wouldn't have needed exact information. In fact, we didn't follow the course laid down in our original orders. The one we did follow was dictated by sailing conditions, and Harald is fully capable of predicting what changes sea and wind would be likely to force upon us, and of dispatching Caleb's fleet accordingly." "So you see, Edmund," Gorgia said, drawing the Baron's eyes back to him, "all the available evidence suggests Harald did get the information from us." Stonekeep might have debated the use of the word evidence to describe what they had to go on, but he knew better than to make that point just now. "And if he did get it from us," Gorgia continued, "Vicar Zomson and Vicar Jasper are going to be most displeased, and if they're displeased with me, I'm going to be displeased with whoever allowed that to happen." He held Stonekeep's eyes levelly, and for once the Baron could think of absolutely nothing to say. 2. Royal Palace, Arrastor. "Your Highness?" Narmon of Emerald gave a most unprince-like snort, then sat up in bed. It looked rather like a particularly round narwhal or an old earth walrus rising from the depths, and his expression was not happy. "I'm sorry to wake you, Your Highness." The Knight Chamberlain's words came out almost in a gabble in response to that expression. "I assure you I wouldn't have done it if I'd had any choice at all. I know you don't wish to be Enough." Narmon didn't quite snarl, and the man chopped himself off in mid-syllable. The prince rubbed his eyes, then drew a deep breath and gave the Chamberlain a slightly less hostile look. "Better," he said. "Now what is it?" "Your Highness, there's an officer here from the dockyard. He says—" The Knight Chamberlain broke off for an instant, then visibly steeled himself. "Your Highness, there's been a battle. From what the officer says, we lost." "Lost?" Narmon's irritation disappeared into shock. How could they have lost a battle when they outnumbered their enemy by almost 3-1? "The dockyard officer is waiting for you, Your Highness," the Chamberlain said. "He's far better qualified than I am to explain what happened." "Bring him," Narmon said harshly, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed. "Shall I send for your body servants first, Your Highness?" The Chamberlain seemed almost pathetically eager to fasten upon some reassuringly normal routine, but Narmon shook his head angrily. "Bring him," he snapped, and stood, reaching for the robe laid ready beside the bed. "Yes, Your Highness." The Chamberlain scurried out, and Narmon fastened the robe's sash, then turned to face the bedchamber door, waiting impatiently. Less than 2 minutes later, the Chamberlain returned with a naval officer who looked even less happy than the Chamberlain did. The officer wore no sword, and his dagger sheath was empty, but a quick shake of Narmon's head told the guardsman outside his bedchamber door to stay there. "Captain Talman, Your Highness," the Chamberlain said, as the officer bowed deeply. "Leave us," Narmon told the Chamberlain, who promptly disappeared like a wisp of smoke in a high wind. The door closed behind him, and the naval officer straightened his spine and met Narmon's eyes, although he clearly would have preferred not to. "Captain Talman," Narmon said, And you would be Captain Gervais Talman, Your Highness. Talman had a deep voice, undoubtedly well suited to bawling orders. At the moment there was an echo of shock in its depths, and Narmon's lips tightened as he heard it. I have the honor to be the assistant commander of the Royal Dockyard here in Araister. I see. And what's this about a battle? At the moment, Your Highness, our information is far from complete, Talman said a bit cautiously, and Narmon nodded impatient understanding of the qualification. All we really knew so far is that Sea Cloud's returned to port. According to her captain, she's the only survivor of her entire squadron, and— The captain inhaled, visibly bracing himself. She may be the only survivor of our entire fleet. Narmon's round face went pale. I don't say she is, Your Highness, Talman said quickly. I said she may be. At the moment, she's the only ship which has returned, but her captain is obviously badly shaken. It's entirely possible, even probable, that even though he's being as honest as he possibly can, his own experiences are causing him to overestimate our total losses. But— The captain's voice went lower and darker. Even if they are, there's no question that we've suffered a very serious defeat. How? Narmon demanded. I'm afraid it's going to be some time before we can really answer that question, Your Highness. However, it appears from Sea Cloud's report that Caleb and the Cheresian galleons have returned. Apparently they struck our fleet from behind, just at dawn, and their gunfire was even more effective than Duke Blackwater's last report suggested it might be. Sea Cloud managed to escape to windward, but her captain personally saw at least 11 of our galleys, including every other ship in his own squadron, strike. Narmon simply stared at him for several seconds. Then he nodded slowly and walked across to gaze out his bedchamber's window across the palace gardens. 3. Tellisburg Cathedral, Tellisburg. King Harald VII's body lay in state before the high altar in Tellisburg Cathedral. 6 halberd-armed men of the royal guard surrounded the bier, gazing rigidly in front of them, the heads of their weapons draped in the black of mourning. By King Caleb's orders, Sergeant Gardaner and Sergeant Harper lay on either side of the king they'd died to protect, and Midshipman Hector Applin sat at his dead king's feet, one arm in a snow-white sling, keeping watch over King Harald's sword. Applin was one of only 36 survivors of Royal Cherris' entire crew. Every one of the survivors had been wounded. Some of them might yet die, despite all the healers could do. For 4 days now, King Harald's people had shuffled quietly, reverently, through the enormous cathedral to bid their old king farewell. Many had sobbed, most had wept, and all had been grim-faced with grief. Yet there'd been little or no despair. Merlin Thrawis stood behind King Caleb, gazing over the young monarch's shoulder as he sat in the royal box with his younger brother and sister, waiting for the funeral mass to begin. Jeanne and Jeannette looked as if they were still trying to comprehend the enormity of their father's death. Caleb's expression was less stunned and far, far harder. And that, Merlin thought as he too gazed sadly at Harald's body, summed up the mood of most of Cherris quite well. The death of their beloved king tempered the Cheresians' joy and pride in the victories their navy had won, but nothing could erase their understanding of what those victories meant. 19 of Harald's galleys, a quarter of his entire fleet, had been sunk or so badly damaged that Caleb had ordered them burned. Dreadnought's bow had been so shattered by the collision with Doomwhale that it had been impossible to keep her afloat, and casualties throughout the galley fleet had been heavy. But as compensation, 117 of Blackwater's galleys, most badly damaged, but including 36 Chizomian galleys which had surrendered virtually undamaged, were anchored in Tellisburg's harbor under Cheresian colors. Another 49 had been sunk in action or burned afterward. Only 17, less than 10% of the fleet Blackwater had taken into action, had managed to escape.
Of the total combined force of over 350 warships the group of four had assembled for the attack on Cheris, less than 30 had escaped destruction or capture. It was, by any measure, the most one-sided naval victory in Safehold's history. The kingdom of Cheris' pride in its navy was like a bright, fierce flame, one which burned even more brilliantly against the darkness of its dead king, and Merlin understood that only too well. He wished with all his Molycirk heart that Harald hadn't done it, wished he himself had reached the after-castle of royal Cheris even a minute earlier, wished he'd realized how serious the king's wound had been, or that he'd been able to somehow treat that wound while simultaneously holding the Khorasandian borders at bay. But none of those things had happened, and so the king he had come to admire and respect so deeply had come, without even realizing it, to love, had died behind him in the arms of an 11-year-old midshipman. It was a tragedy made even greater and far more painful because the victory had already been won. If every single ship in Blackwater's column had escaped, Darko's Sound would still have been a crushing triumph, and yet Merlin stood behind King Caleb, watching, listening, and he knew that whether or not Darko's Sound would have been a victory anyway was really almost immaterial. The snark he'd had monitoring Harald had recorded the king's conversation with his flag captain, and he knew the king's death had purchased exactly what Harald had flung his life into the scales to buy. The entire kingdom of Cheris knew King Harald could have avoided action. It knew he'd chosen to engage at odds of 6-1 rather than turn his back and let those ships escape, and that he'd done it because Cheris needed far more in this war than mere victories. Just as it knew his flagship's crew had fought literally to the last man, building a ring of their own bodies about their king, and just as it knew that in the final decision he would ever make, its king had lost his life protecting an 11-year-old midshipman. Young Applin had told Caleb the last thing his father had ever said. The words had come hard from an officer who was also a boy, trying desperately not to weep, and they had already spread throughout the entire kingdom. Side 20, Off Armageddon Reef, by David Weber, continuing on page 589. Cheris knew as well as Merlin did that Harald hadn't had to meet the enemy head-on, that in many respects it had been the wrong decision for a king to make, but it had been the right decision for a man to make, and Cheris knew that too, just as it would always treasure the last words he had said to an 11-year-old boy. He had become a martyr and, even more importantly, an example, the yardstick against which his navy would forever be measured, and the legend of HMS Royal Cheris' last battle would do nothing but grow with time. Harald had provided that legend by showing what he had expected of himself, showing his people the measure to which they must now hold themselves if they would be worthy of their dead king. Merlin had no doubt that they would hew to the standard Harald had set. Nor was that example all Harald had left his people, for he'd left them a new king as well, and the Cheresians' pride in him burned as bright as their pride in his father. They knew it was Harald who'd planned the Battle of Darko's Sound. The entire campaign had been his strategic concept, and his had been the mind and courage which had made it so decisive, even at the cost of his own life. But it was King Caleb who had won the crushing victories of Rocky Point and the Battle of Crag Reach in the demon-haunted waters off Armageddon Reef, and it was Caleb whose arrival and ships had made Darko's Sound possible. They were united behind their young monarch as very few kingdoms in human history had ever been. And that was a good thing, because they also knew now who had orchestrated the attack upon them. Caleb and Grey Harbor had decided to make that information public, and Merlin thought they'd been right to do so. It wasn't a secret which could be kept for long anyway, and it was time for the people of Cheris to know what their kingdom truly faced. Time for them to know that the rulers of the Church of God awaiting had decreed their destruction. That information was still sinking in, Merlin knew. It would be 5 days, probably months, before it sank fully home, but the reaction of Caleb's subjects to the news was already clear, as was Caleb's. King Harald's funeral mass would not be celebrated by Bishop Executor Gerald. The Bishop Executor was currently Caleb's guest in a comfortable palace suite. No bishop in the history of Safehold had ever been arrested or imprisoned by a secular ruler. Technically that was still true, but no one doubted the reality behind the polite pretense, just as no one doubted that the true prelate of all Cherus was now Bishop Michael Staynair. It would take some time, but Merlin could already hear the echoes of Henry VIII. Whether or not Caleb would formally assume the position of the church's head in Cherus remained to be seen, but the Cheresian church's separation from the temple was an accomplished fact which awaited only official ratification. It was not a fact which had met with universal approval. Almost a quarter of the kingdom's clergy, including its native Cheresians, were outraged and horrified by the very suggestion. So was at least a portion of the general population, but the percentage there was much smaller, so far as Merlin could tell. There was quite a lot of fear and concern, not to mention confusion, but the vast majority of Caleb's subjects had never been especially fond of the corrupt men in Zion. The fact that the Council of Vicars had launched an overwhelming attack upon them when they'd done nothing to deserve it had turned that lack of fondness into virulent hatred. The fact that it was actually the group of four and not the entire Council of Vicars was at best a meaningless, artificial distinction for most of them, nor had Caleb and Grey Harbor gone out of their way to emphasize it. The Safeholdian Reformation, which Merlin had hoped to delay until Cherus was ready for it, was already a fact. There was nothing he could do to undo that, nor would the white-hot anger of Cherus and its new monarch have permitted him to, even if he could have. And at least for now the initiative lay firmly in Caleb's hands. Despite its own losses, the Royal Cheresian Navy held uncontested command of the sea, for there was quite literally no other navy in existence. God only knew what the group of four would do when it discovered that fact. In the short term, there wasn't very much it could do without a fleet. In the long term, the temple controlled somewhere around 85% of the total planetary population and a huge proportion of the planet's total wealth. Those were daunting odds, but if they dismayed Caleb Armagh, Merlin had seen no sign of it, and Caleb was already working to improve them. Queen Charlane's distaste for the orders forced upon her by the group of four offered him an opening, and the fact that so many of her warships had surrendered offered him a lever. He'd already dispatched a special ambassador to Cheryath with an offer to return her vessels along with all of her personnel in return for a formal end to hostilities. That was the official message. The private letter from Caleb to Charlane, which accompanied it, suggested a somewhat closer relationship. It very carefully did not mention the fact that the group of four was likely to be rather upset with her kingdom and her navy's performance against Cherus, nor did it even hint that Caleb's return of her surrendered ships would almost certainly make the group of four even angrier, which of course only emphasized those facts more strongly. It did specifically point out all of the reasons to hate and despise Hector of Khorasan, which Cherus and Chisholm had in common, however, and suggest that they do something about them. And, of course, there was always Narmon of Emerald, who now found himself on the other side of the Cherus Sea with no navy, no allies, and very little in the way of an army. But that could wait, Merlin thought, as the organ music swelled and the cathedral doors opened. The time would come when all those other threats must be dealt with, the time for analysis, planning, the identification of opportunities and perils. But that time was not now, and even if it had been, Merlin would not have cared. Perhaps it was as wrong of him to feel that way as it had been for Harald to steer to meet Blackwater's flagship instead of turning away. Merlin Athrawis, after all, was a creature of circuitry and alloys, of the cool whisper of electrons and not flesh and blood, or the beating of a human heart. It was his duty to look to those threats, to scent those opportunities, to determine how best to turn even King Harald's death to advantage, and he would discharge that duty. But not today. Today belonged to the man who had become his friend, the man who'd trusted him with his own life, and his kingdom, and his son, and died without ever truly knowing what Merlin was. This day belonged to Harald Armagh, and to all the other men who had died in a war whose true objectives had never been explained to them. It belonged to their memory, to Merlin's own prayers for forgiveness as he contemplated the blood upon his hands and the greater tides still waiting to be shed. As he gazed at Harald's bier and the wounded midshipman at its foot, Merlin the Thrallwas tasted the full bitter weight of immortality, of knowing how many endless years stretched out before him, how many more men and child officers and women in days to come would die in the war he had begun. He felt that weight, saw it in his mind's eye, looming before him like an Everest of the soul, and it terrified him. But Harald's example, and Pei Cao Young's, and Pei Shan Wei's, and even Nimue Alban's, burned before him as well. That Everest was his, and he would bear it, for however long it took, for however far he must journey. He knew that. But for today, it could wait while the kingdom of Cheris and the man who had been Nimue Alban said their final farewell to King Harald VII. It could all wait. End of Off Armageddon Reef by David Weber.